Madam Secretary, please read Resolution 5123.
Resolution number 5123. Resolution recognizing 7 citizens of Anne Arundel County for their dedication to the governmental process and awarding Citizen Legislator Awards. Whereas the members of the County Council are the legislators who are elected by the people to serve as their representative voice in county government. And whereas to effectively perform their job, members of the County Council rely heavily on input from many different sources, including, very importantly, other citizens who shall be known as citizen legislators. And whereas citizen legislators work tirelessly to advocate for their communities, families, schools, businesses, and neighbors to help pass laws that serve a greater good and benefit those most in need. And whereas citizen legislators demonstrate notable skill and grace in working to protect others and further a goal. And whereas citizen legislators go to extraordinary lengths to combat stubbornly persistent problems that impact entire communities, taking steps to address local issues such as hunger, homelessness, lack of access to health care, and other issues that plague too many residents of the county. And whereas citizen legislators are the dedicated and effective participants in the process of making government work for the benefit of all, now therefore be it resolved by the County Council of Anne Arundel County, Maryland, that it hereby recognizes the following individuals as citizen legislators for their dedication to serving others and for their effective participation in the process of making government work for the benefit of all. Charles E. James Sr., Brendan J. Maltese, Joe Rogers, Stuart Title, Bo Breeden, Greg Cantori, and Matthew Minahan. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to each recipient of a 2023 Citizen Legislator Award.
So over the last year, we have chewed on a couple different items as this council has evolved into being more sort of profound entity that it is. Many of you that have been involved in Anne Arundel County government for many, many years, you know that this body sometimes finds itself in the shadows of the executive branch to some extent, but it's far from that. It plays a significant part in the quality of life for everybody that is in Anne Arundel County. But specifically, we could not do our jobs if it were not for citizens who push us to go above and beyond the normal sort of call of duty, if you will. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to wind up voting on a resolution to support this, but then I'm going to ask each of the council members to talk about their nominee and why they were selected and why it was important that they get recognized. This is the first time we have done this as a legislative body, and our goal is to continue to do this every single year. And just so you're aware, the qualifications are in the past fiscal year, the past from basically December of last year till now, is the time that was evaluated to determine who has played a role in that legislator's mind to encourage them, to influence them, that had a lot of interaction with them, whether that's helping to write bills or to influence them on policy that impacts the greater good when it comes to the community. And so that was the importance behind why we chose to do this. And it's also important for those citizens that are here in this room today and those that are not present to recognize that we see you. We understand your importance, and quite frankly, in most cases, you're more important than us, quite frankly, because you don't get paid to do what you do, but yet, like a great citizen, you advocate, you spend hours of your time sending emails. We've gotten a ton of them. You lobby us on different efforts and initiatives. You communicate for your groups that you represent. And that right there is democracy. And that is what this country is built on. That's what this county is built on. And that's why it's important that we recognize you and say, we see you. And you're just as important as everybody on this dais when it comes to that. And so that being said, before we get to the council members talking about their nominees, we'd like to go ahead and just vote on this resolution just to submit it. So there is a footnote in history that says you were selected, and this is the first class. You're the first series of citizens that have been identified by this recognition. So with that said, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volke.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Radvian.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Resolution number 5123 has been passed.
Thank you. I guess we'll clap on it because it is the first one. And we'll do this. We'll just do this in order, just 1 through 7. So it's easy to stay in line as far as order. And the person that I selected this year, he has significantly played a role in making sure the community was informed. He has spent. His name is obviously Charles James Sr. Mr. James, could you stand for a second to be recognized? What you all don't know about this man is what he does and what he's doing is like a full-time job. He has worked with the Coalition of African American Leaders, the NAACP, various community organizations, and not only does he help them with sort of efforts and initiatives with rallies and advocating for things that benefit all of us in this county, he does all of this, one, for free, unless they've given you a pay raise since I last noted. But he also does it on his own time, and he spends hours amongst hours, not only sort of educating people on the importance of staying involved and being involved, but he actually has a lot of the video equipment he provides so that we can record and have a record of history when it comes to that. I have seen him at dozens and dozens of events throughout the year, advocating and championing and supporting all those people that are the front or the face of an organization, but he's the one behind the scenes really making sure it's cemented in history so that there's a record of it so that all of us can go back and say we mattered and we existed and your cause is grateful. So I'm so grateful that you were born, quite frankly, so that these organizations that have benefited from your life will continue to do so many, many years, even after this point. And you are, in my mind, a perfect example of a citizen legislator who deserves to be recognized in the halls of history. And I just wanted you to know that I see you. And I'm so grateful to not only be a friend of yours, but a coworker, quite frankly, because of all the hard work that you do here in the city of Annapolis, as well as throughout Anne Arundel County and the state of Maryland when you guys go on your various trips from county to county. That work has not gone unnoticed, and you are a citizen legislator. So thank you for your efforts to do this. If you didn't see this, oh yeah, brother. Also, thank you. Oh, thank you. This is our medal, and it's a very beautiful medal, and it's a medallion. I think Madam Vice Chair who said that it was? Oh, that was maybe one of the aides. They said it was like I'm not gonna say what it was. But on here there are 7 stars, and each one of those stars represents one of the county council members. And on the medal it says Anne Arundel County Council Citizen Legislator with his information on the back for this year. And we are certainly in awe of his excellence and what he's been doing over the last year specifically. And I just wanted to give this medal to him. He can create a belt buckle. Where's Chris Trumbauer? Chris Trumbauer, who's the budget officer, has a belt buckle. We're going to get him one and put it on a belt buckle because he likes those big ones. And so thank you for your hard work. Oh, yeah. Thank you. And Madam Vice Chair.
Good evening. For District 2, or my selection for this inaugural County Council Citizen Legislator Award, I chose Mr. Brendan Maltese. I've worked with Mr. Maltese on problem-solving legislation for his community, as well as an enduring capital budget project related to pedestrian, bicycle-friendly streets in his community. Brendan serves as a teacher in the county and also has successfully advocated for increased budgeting for our county schools and teachers. I believe Mr. Maltese is an active member of his HOA and also serves with our the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. For me personally, it's incredibly refreshing to know that our younger generation of citizens are actively engaged in their community, and I commend you for the time you take away from your family to do the work that you do. So with that, I'll ask you to come up and I'll present you with your Chris is Thank you.
Thank you. District 3. So this past year, as the chair said, we want to talk about an individual who has impacted or influenced our perspective on legislation or has helped us as we've worked through legislation. I could not have thought of anyone when I was first asked who the person would be other than Joe Rogers, who is here from Project Chesapeake, to be the person who has worked with me the most in this last year in terms of legislation. So I was pulling up the county website and looking at some of the resolutions that have come through based on work we've done together. Resolution 4223, asking the county executive to establish a recovery residence sprinkler fire suppression system grant. And that is actually coming. There is a bill that we're going to vote on later tonight where that is going to happen. So that is something that we worked on. There was also another one that called on the state to stop the practice of allowing what was known as PHP with a pillow in certain recovery residences and having that be sort of an illegal incentive. That was something this council passed. We also had Bills 5523 and Bill 7423, which both went and tried to bring some reasonable regulation to an area where many actors have been able to sort of run roughshod without a lot of oversight. And then he also was instrumental on Bill 6123, which was another resolution or another piece of legislation, that came through that dealt with recovery residences. So I'm hard-pressed to find anybody else who has worked on more pieces of legislation in front of this council than Joe Rogers this year, and so that was why, for me, it had to be that person. I will say, in his role in Project Chesapeake, he does a fantastic job helping some of the most vulnerable among our population who are going through the throes of addiction and coming out on the other side, so thank you for that. And he also has his wife here with their 3 children, and she works in Project Chesapeake with him. But in addition to being a dad and all that, he has also found time to spend hours and hours and hours on the phone with me and attending meetings and trying to educate me on an area that I quite frankly knew nothing about a year ago. If you had talked to me a year ago, I would have said PHP with a pillow group. I don't know. I knew things about it, but I didn't understand it nearly the way that I do now. So with that, I want to bring Joe up and present him with this medallion. Thank you for the work that you've done for this council.
All right. So for District 4, my designee for the Citizen Legislature Award is Mr. Stuart Title. Stuart has been active in the Odenton area for decades and has been a persistent advocate for bringing in new businesses and breaking down the barriers that can impede the quality of life development that communities want to see, but sometimes we get in our own ways to bring that about. He served on the Odenton Alliance and the Odenton Town Center Committee for a number of years, and his input has been invaluable in crafting the updated Odenton Town Center plan, which we will actually be having a public hearing on at our next meeting. His long career in development brings important insights to the discussions, and he's often the voice in the room asking the hard questions and challenging the status quo mindset. The updated Odenton Town Center plan provides a vision for the future of Odenton, and it's better because of Stuart's input. I'll add that Stuart voted against the plan in committee, but he has continued to provide important feedback and point out possible unanticipated consequences. He's a great example of how necessary and important citizen feedback is, especially when that feedback challenges and pushes the government to do more and to do it better. So I'm very grateful for his commitment to seeing this area thrive. And as I said, I know this plan is going to be better because of Stuart's commitment and input. So come on up. She's the
belt to wear. There you go. So, and smile. There we go.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Thank you all.
District 5. My choice for the recipient for the 5th district of the Citizen Legislator Award is Mr. Beau Breeden. I don't even know where to begin because it's really difficult to describe all that he does. Just for a little bit of background on his work in the community and the different roles that he holds that I reach out to him on for legislation and just general county interest. He is the president of Cape St. Clair Improvement Association, one of the, if not the largest homeowners association in Anne Arundel County. He has been the vice president of the Broadneck Council of Communities. He is the current president of the Eastern District PCRC, and he was the appointed member by the county executive to the Stakeholder Advisory Committee. County executive snagged him before I could. He puts an enormous amount of work into everything that he does in those roles. With a legislative background in my work with Mr. Breeden, he is my go-to for riparian rights. Anything that says riparian rights, he is the first person I call. He was really the key point of contact for me on SCBD legislation and continues to work on an annual basis on shoreline restoration projects, both with county stakeholders and state stakeholders. He could easily get this from me for the amount of times that I've called him and said, can you please explain to me the MDE permitting process one more time? So with that, Mr. Breeden, you don't get recognized enough for what you do. I'm thrilled to give you this award tonight. Heavyweight medal.
Yep. Thank you.
There's a plastic bag.
What's that?
There's a plastic sleeve.
Yes. So I'm very excited for my recipient, Mr. Greg Cantori, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about him first, what he does when he's not helping with legislation. He has a very cool business that I have a lot of admiration for. His business is helping seniors find ways to adapt their homes as their abilities change, and it becomes more difficult to use spaces in your homes that at one time were, very simple. Navigating carpet, navigating kitchens, navigating things that are high up or low down. And that's his day job. So if that doesn't tell you about him, this will. So some of you may recall earlier in 2023, this council passed, I think by a 7-0 vote, a piece of legislation basically expanding the county's accessory dwelling unit laws. And Mr. Cantori was instrumental in helping me craft the legislation. He had learned about what things had happened with ADUs in other jurisdictions, what obstacles had been put in places in other jurisdictions so the laws weren't effective or made it too expensive for anyone to even go through the process. And I couldn't even believe how many little details there are in that field. I thought, oh, this is going to be relatively straightforward, and not at all. So his help was instrumental in coming up with the draft, and also going forward as we looked at the various amendments that were coming in. And I will actually say he's already got me working on some other possible legislation related to housing, and I know that's a cause very dear to his heart. So with all of that said, thank you, Mr. Cantori, for all the work that you've done on behalf of Anne Arundel County in your day job, but also in what you've done to help create the laws that will now govern our county and allow certain types of housing to go forward and be more accessible and affordable for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
We saved the best for last. Couldn't resist. I am thrilled to be able to honor tonight Mr. Matt Minahan from the District 7 that I represent. This was an immediate decision for me when Mr. Smith proposed the idea of these recognitions. I immediately thought of Mr. Minahan and knew that he would be my nominee. From the moment, this is my first term, and from the moment that I took office, he has stood out in a remarkable way with his input, his feedback, his communication. Mr. Minahan serves as the president of the Growth Action Network. He volunteered and was selected to be on the Stakeholder Advisory Committee for Region 9. He is heavily involved with the Friends of Mayo Peninsula, and he is an active, engaged citizen on a regular basis outside of those official roles as well. What I think is most impressive to me over the course of the year is in the correspondence, whether it be email, whether it be in person, whether it be on the phone, that I have engaged in. When Mr. Minahan reaches out with feedback, it is timely, it is thought out, it is informed, and it is professional, it is respectful, and it has allowed me to really be able to think through things from a different perspective than I might have been able to do on my own without that communication. We haven't always come to agree with 100% on the same position, on the same piece of legislation, but I do fundamentally believe that his feedback and his engagement has made me better at my job, which is representing the residents of District 7 and also Anne Arundel County as a whole. And so I'm incredibly grateful, and I am humbled by the service that he provides to our county and to our fellow citizens. So, Mr. Minahan, if you wouldn't mind stepping forward.
I don't know what it's felt like the NBA draft, like we had folks, we just selected 7 members to the All-Star team. And so if one of us go down, we expect you to come fill this seat right away. What we're going to do is we're going to take a small recess till 7 o'clock, and we're going to enjoy spending time with some of you nominees or awardees, I should say, and take some pictures and maybe enjoy some of the appetizers that are out there in the lobby as well. So we'll take a recess until 7 o'clock. All right, so welcome back to the November 20th, 2023 legislative session of the County Council. We will now receive an update from the Dr. Joanna Tobin and Dr. Mark Bedell from the Board of Education. For those that are in attendance, they'll be sort of speaking on a couple of different issues here for the next 20, 30 minutes and having a discussion with the council. So you're certainly more to listen in, but we're going to turn it over to our esteemed guest who we have invited to come speak about education issues, achievement gap, things like that impact our education system.
Is this on? Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the County Council. Thank you so much for inviting us. We're delighted to be here. This is a great opportunity to update you on some of what's been going on at Anne Arundel County Public Schools.
So we have a few things here we want to touch on tonight. Yeah, there we are. So first of all, on behalf of my colleagues and the board, and of course, Dr. Bedell, we want to thank you for not only inviting us, but for your collaboration over the years with ACPS. It makes a huge difference. This is a slide that I think tells the story about how we continue to grow as a school system, particularly in diversity. We have tremendous growth going on in our farms, our free and reduced price meals students, and students who are English language learners. That growth that change in demographics and growth in diversity presents some challenges, but I think far more opportunities for us. And we continue to develop a lot of programs to meet the needs of our students. I'd like to highlight, for example, for our English language learner students, Dr. Bedell this last year inaugurated a bilingual immersion program at Tyler Heights, which we hope to grow throughout the county, and various other innovations and programs that are going to meet the needs of our students. But I think the growth in farm students tells a story about the need for resources following our students and making sure that we have an equitable distribution of everything that our students really need. So we'll move on now to talk a little bit about our partners. Obviously, we have great partnership with the County Council, but the success of the school system and any school system is predicated on our partnerships. We are fortunate to have a lot of members of the community, businesses, and others who work with us. As Dr. Bedell often says, we can't do it alone, and we need that partnership. Dr. Bedell has done tremendous work continuing to cultivate those partnerships, but it is something that I think we really have to continue to work on because it is so critical, not only to fulfill the needs of our students, to have these community partners, but I firmly believe that when children understand that the adults in their community, not just their parents, but the other adults in their community really care about them, really support them, they do better. And these are all our children. These students are our future. And so we continue to reach out. We, as I said, have great partnerships, but it is something that I think is tremendously important as we move forward. Now, you may have heard that we took a vote the other night on something called comprehensive redistricting, phase 1. So I want to end my comments before turning it over to Dr. Bedell by emphasizing that we have also tried to be good partners. I know this redistricting is something that the council has expressed concern over for a number of years, rightly so, because there have been empty seats across our system. And Dr. Bedell has said repeatedly that we can't ask for money for new schools with so many empty seats. It's just not fiscally responsible. And so last week, our board adopted the first phase of a comprehensive county-wide redistricting plan focused on the northernmost 6 clusters. It leaves no schools in those clusters over 100% capacity next year. This is a difficult and painful process to go through. But I applaud Dr. Bedell and my colleagues for tackling it in a way that has been transparent and provided many avenues for public input. We will begin phase 2 of this process in February of 2025 allowing the phase one shifts to fully take effect first. So we're not done yet. As Dr. Bedell made very clear, and I agree with him, we could not have done a county this size in one fell swoop, and frankly, done anything else. But 2 phases is impressive for a system this large. I think it's going to make a big difference to our students, and especially those who have been in schools that are significantly overcrowded. And frankly, as I said, thanks to Dr. Bedell, we made what is probably the least favorite decision any board ever has to make, which is redistricting, in a way that I think was in many ways far less contentious than many expected because of the extraordinary work that Dr. Bedell and his staff did, making sure that the information was out there for everyone and people had ample opportunities to weigh in. So with that, I will now turn it over to Dr. Bedell to discuss some additional things.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Tobin. Members of the County Council, thank you for allowing us to have this platform today. We do have several of our staff members here, and I want to thank them all for being here today, along with any supporters of the school district. What you will hear is an emerging theme in this conversation, an emerging theme around transparency, around data, around how we convey and communicate information to the community at large. And what you heard from Dr. Tobin is just a prime example of that. We were very transparent in this process of redistricting. We didn't leave a single stone unturned. We went into communities, met with people. We received thousands and thousands of feedback from our online tool that we launched that allowed for us to then make pivots within the plan. And ultimately, being able to tell people over and over and over, there's 2 ways you can look at redistricting. One is you're having to redistrict because you're losing enrollment, which is a trend that's happening nationally. The second reason would be because you are exceeding an enrollment and you're having to balance the system. And I would rather have to balance the system and try to take advantage of some of these vacant seats that we have rather than having to redistrict because we're having to close schools. One of the things that I learned over my first year of being in this school district, doing all of those listening and learning tours, and honestly, I think every single one of you showed up to at least one of them, and in some cases, some of you were at 2 and 3, maybe 4, Julie Hummer. But it was wonderful just being able to try to figure out where do we need to go as a school district. And one of the themes that emerged as we put out our post-entry plan was this notion of creating a sense of belonging and helping everybody to understand that in order for us to move to where we need to get to, everybody needs to feel that they belong in our school district. We have a very diverse school district. And I've gone on record to say things that people might be like, wow, he said that. Yes, I'm about transparency. And what I have said is we have a school district where not everybody does not feel like they belong. And whether it's students with disabilities, whether it's marginalized students, whether it's our conservative students, we've heard it from all around the county. So we have a responsibility to work together as a community to create school environments that are access free, that are barrier free, that will ensure that regardless of how you show up, you will be accepted for who you are and how you show up. And that's a responsibility of all of ours. And I believe that if we do that, then our students will grow. We believe that if students grow, then our students will succeed. So what I want to do now is get into data in terms of where we want to take this school district if we do these things right. First and foremost, 95% of our schools scored a 3-star rating or better on the state report card, compared to 75% average across the state of Maryland. So we have a really good school district, but we can get better. And that also requires that we have to dig deeper into data in order to do that. When I start to go in and start to dig into the data, right? It tells me a different story about where we are. And even with us taking a look at this particular slide, where we increased in 7 out of 8 areas on the recent MCAP results. Yes, something to be very proud of. We made some serious growth in Algebra 1 scores. But what I also know is that when I begin to peel back and I start to look at how are we rated against other school districts, we're just a middle of the road school district. And that's not acceptable. And what it means is that we're not inserting the value add to all of our kids across the board, whether they are kids who are 2 years behind, average achievers, or kids who already show up resource, where in some cases we have one national merit scholar semifinalist in a school district this size with 84,000 kids. That tells me a lot about the value add across the board in this school district. And when you look at our data being ranked, you can see English and math ranked 9th, be it middle school, you can see where we are with English and math 10th, elementary 12th in math, high school 13th in English. We have work to do. So I don't ever want to paint a picture that we're better than what we are. Are we doing better than a lot of systems across this country? Yes. But are we doing better given the resources that we have? And I would argue and say, no, we have to do a better job of pushing the needle in this school district. And that's my goal. As we get ready to build out this strategic plan, we're going to have a focus on equity. And I've given my definition of equity multiple times. It's two-pronged. The definition of equities that, to me, have intentionally been put into the system that have harmed children, that have harmed children of color, marginalized children. That's a much bigger lift that we have to do as a community. But then there are inequities that we created by adult-centered decisions that we've made inside of our own school system. If I can't pick kids up in South County because of transportation and they're not able to get to school, that's an inequity. If I have kids that want to take advanced placement classes, but because we have this gatekeeper model that only certain kids get access, that's an inequity that we've created. Another inequity that we created that we have fixed is triple E. Triple E has been around in this district for almost a decade or so, but only several of our clusters had it. So a bunch of kids didn't get that exposure to the enriching courses until we made a decision to make some adjustments. And right now it's going very well. So it's twofold for me when we talk about equity. How do we make sure that our strategic plan holds us accountable to making sure that there are no barriers for kids in this school district? And guess what? Let me share this with you. We had more kids enroll in AP last year after we said get rid of the gatekeeper mentality. We had a significant increase with African American kids who enrolled, multiracial kids who enrolled, Hispanic kids who enrolled, and normally your scores will go down. Our scores, our AP scores as a district went up 1.3 percentage points. So that tells me that we have kids who already have the aptitude who just weren't even given an opportunity because it's based on somebody inviting you in. Those days are over with in Anne Arundel County, everybody. And I believe that if we set those expectations to that level, watch out. We're going to be one of the most premier school districts in the country. Innovation. We have to look at getting out of this rigid model of how we do schooling. I was in a school today. We still have the chalkboard in there and the stuff to spray on the chalkboard. I said, man, this is 2023. We're about to hit 2024. And so just how we have to continue to make sure that we're modernizing our school district so our kids are able to learn have the finest amenities so that they can achieve their goals. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. The student, academic, social, and emotional growth. All of that works. If you don't address the social and emotional needs of our kids, it is an impediment to them being able to achieve their highest academic potentials. So that's going to be a focus of our school district, but we're going to look internally at the resources that we already have. As we go through this budgeting process, could we reconstitute? Can we look at doing things differently with what we already have instead of continuously asking for more? That's what we're going to come to you all with, a budget that's going to be very focused on us taking a deep internal look at what we already have, and are we getting a return on investment with what's already there? So it's a different conversation. Adherence to the blueprint. We know it's law. Whether people like it or not, We're going to be the district that will make sure that we're implementing it to the fullest, to the spirit of what it was calling for us to do, even with some of the intellectual flaws that are in there. We'll work through that. But what I've tried to share with my superintendent peers is this law isn't going anywhere. So we all need to figure out how to get on board with it and take advantage of it. And that's what we're going to do in Anne Arundel County. So we will make sure that as we talk about this strategic plan, that there will be a scorecard, because I'm all about accountability. I need for you all to know, here's the things that we said we're going to do in the strategic plan. Okay, school board, community, we're going to give you an update. Maybe it's a semi-annual update, one on progress, and then one when we get all of our data back. We're going to put that scorecard on our website. The good, the bad, and the ugly will be there. Because if you don't know what the good, what the bad, and the ugly is, how do you know how to help us? So we're not going to hide. We're not going to manipulate. This is the truth around where we are. We're going to transition to science of reading. We were one of 2 school districts that did not get that LEADS grant. We recently were granted the grant. We're moving on with that. And then, of course, that focus around growth at all levels. Last year, I came to you all, and in the listening and learning tours, you heard me talk a lot about this particular slide, how embarrassed as a superintendent I was of the data that we are ranked 19th out of 24 school districts in teacher starting salary, but we're the 3rd wealthiest county. So it's easy to understand why you would walk into a school district with 300 or so teacher vacancies, because we can't pay these people what they deserve. So I did that last year, and I came back to our school board. I came back to the county executive. I asked you all, can we do something about this? And what we found with the decisions that you all made to support our budget, we ended up increasing from 19th to 14th, an increase of about $8,000. That is something for us to be very proud of, because that was the focus of the budget. But I think you also want to know, hey, well, what was the results? We're going to share that with you in a few minutes. But we also negotiated with our union and said, look, special education is killing us. It still is killing us. It is very hard to find certified special educators. But what we did was we did an additional stipend for special ed teachers. So we're doing much better this year. I think we have about 36 vacancies right now with special education teachers. But that 2,000 makes Anne Arundel County #1 in the state. For teachers who graduate out of college and they have a special education endorsement, we're #1. That's something we can market and promote to recruit and get people to work in our county. So here's some of the results. This is as of last Wednesday, staffing improvements, classroom teachers. Last year at this time, we were at 194 teacher vacancies. We're at 98. We were at 67 bus driver vacancies last year at this time. We're actually at 0. The 3 is just alternative vehicle drivers, but we have 0 bus driver vacancies. We're building out a bench right now. So we haven't been getting blown up that my kids aren't getting, you guys aren't getting our kids to school. Look at the custodians, 71 to 24, because of the generous pay raises that we were able to give them last year to close gaps. Food service and workers from 205 to 90. And then crossing guards, we've stayed static there. And then athletic trainers, we've been at 2 for a while. So that's where we still are. So I'm excited because now that we have this full complement of staffing, I like to use sports analogies from time to time. I play basketball. And I told folks, I felt like we played full court basketball last year, 3 against 5. You can't get kids to school. We just changed the new start times. People weren't happy about it. We got a brand new superintendent. People don't know whether I'm going to be crazy or not, right? And then you have the vacancies. So you walk into all of that and you're playing 3 against 5. And despite all of that, I've showed you data where the district has made progress. And we don't have a strategic plan. That will be ready to go July 1. We haven't put in an instructional framework yet. When we put that in, all these things we're getting ready to do, the district is getting ready to take off. And it doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, we're going to make sure that the bag of goods that you expected to get out of Anne Arundel County, when you graduate, you will open up that bag and it is indeed a bag of goods in there, not a bag of bricks, because we just push kids through. So we're trying to get rid of this rigidity. That's where I really will need your support. Many of us are parents in here. And I know, Nathan Volke, you got a couple of kids. We got to do, 12 half day of schools, and then we got to figure out what we're doing with the kids. It's an absolute nightmare. It's a nightmare for me with my 12-year-old. But if we have a system set up where we're not having to be constrained to this 180-day rule, and we can go to an hour system, that changes everything. That makes us have a much more cohesive calendar that also is much more friendly to the people who have to parent these kids than to have them out every other day, because that's what I feel like we're doing with all of these half days, because we have to hit the 180 days. I want to do it for the state, but in the end, all I can do is worry about Anne Arundel County. If we can get our delegation to support us on this, now we can start to really do some innovative things, to really take a look at what that high school day could look like. How could we beta test some of the things we want to do in Blueprint at a couple of our schools, because now we have this autonomy to look at an hour system. I came from a state where our system was the norm. We ended up having a longer school day than everybody else, but it paid huge dividends. We got out of a hole that we were in for 22 years of not being fully accredited. And I'm not encouraging that we're going to go to a longer school day here, but there may be communities that want to do something different, and we have that flexibility to do it. So we need that help. We also need help with mentorship opportunities. We're asking you all to help us. These kids need positive adult advocates. And for some of us, we don't have that to go home to. I was one of those kids. If it wasn't for positive adult advocates, I'm not here talking to you all today. And so we've worked with the city of Annapolis. The mayor has agreed to even give his staff members time so that they can go into our schools and mentor, like giving them some time off and giving them credit so that they can go and work with our kids. We would love to be able to do the same with the county, to have that type of relationship with you all, to just get in the ear of a kid. And
Count the legislative branch in. I'm sure we'll vote on that here in the near future, but count the
Okay.
legislative branch.
Okay. All right. So, and I'm almost done because I know I have to get off. But the last thing is be present. This is we launched this last year. This was just around asking adults who want to sign up to just be present at our schools, to greet kids, not to discipline them, but to just have adult presence. These schools belong to the community. They don't belong to Mark Bedell. They don't belong to the building principal. They don't belong to the teachers. They belong to the community. Teachers come and go. Superintendents come and go. School boards come and go. But the community is static. So once we get everybody to understand that these are your schools and we're inviting you in, let's make it happen. We will train them. We will pay for their background checks. And we will make sure that we open our doors to people in this community. So with that being said, that's our update. Any questions?
I did have one in 2000, and appreciate you and I should say the chairwoman, the president of the school board, for coming here today and sort of giving us some high-level discussion points on the school system and where they're going. I think it is a partnership. It's all hands on deck when it comes to our school and our kids. And so I'm certain that we will do our part to make sure that takes place. But in 2007, there was also that resolution that was passed by this body, specifically trying to address the achievement gap. And since I have you here, just wanted to see what, obviously, a high tide, what was that thing? Rising boats, whatever it is. I screwed it up, whatever it is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. So that might be the case in this instance. But if you can speak to that when it comes to the achievement gap for Black and brown students since COVID, has there been any diminishing returns on those specific students?
Yeah, so we wanted to pass out a sheet that really highlights that in the first year. Do we have achievement gaps? Absolutely, we do. Have we already started making progress on it? You will see right there when you look at some of that data that was recently requested from us from a national agency. As I've said to you all earlier, we're going to have a scorecard. And that scorecard will not only focus on data in the aggregate, that scorecard will also look at student groups and will look at how do we work on gap reduction in our school district. This is data from last year, so you can see some of the progress that we've already made. But with the strategic plan, with the work that we're doing with our curriculum, how we are going to rewrite our curriculum to make sure that it's a much more inclusive curriculum. We believe that all of those things, in addition to having a full complement of a teaching workforce, we believe that we're going to begin to see some progress. So I wanted to make sure that I provided that data for you because I do understand that there is an MOU. I've read that MOU, and what I've shared with the Caucus for African American Leaders, NAACP, a lot of those things are going to be incorporated into our scorecard that will be public facing.
And if I may, quickly to add, this is one of the reasons that implementing Blueprint is so important, because one of the essential tenets of the Blueprint for Maryland's future is that the money follows the child. Therefore, where the need is where resources go. And that is one of the things that we know has to happen as we continue to close those achievement gaps. And it does mean that there will be more equitable spreading out of those resources. So I think that's another reason that ensuring that we implement it with fidelity is so important.
And I'll say this, Councilman Smith. For me, the message that I've been giving to everybody is stop sympathizing children like me to failure in life, because a lot of that happens. We need people to empathize, understand, but hold us accountable. And sometimes I feel like that is the piece that's missing. You're going through this, so now I'll let you have this pass. And I think it does a disservice when we operate in that manner. And so that is something that I have been preaching to our faculty and staff. Empathize, understand, but listen, we got to have a high bar for everybody.
Chuck. Any additional, Madam Vice Chair?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here. It's always a pleasure to have to listen to y'all talk about the school system. I just had a question, and I don't need a dissertation, but for someone whose children are older in middle and high school, can you tell me a little bit what the science of reading is? I don't know what that means.
Yes. So it's interesting because
you can phone a friend if you need to, Dr.
No, I don't need to phone a friend.
He does not need to phone a friend. I wrote it all down somewhere in here. I saw it.
Yes. Let me find it real quick. Yes. Because I said, let me make sure I have this in case the question comes up. Because this is new for me. My last time I was in the classroom was back in 2004. So, and I was an elementary teacher, so I fully understood, what needed to happen from a literacy standpoint for children. But there are 5 critical areas that you really want science of reading to focus on. Phonological awareness. So let me just, this won't be a dissertation. The ultimate goal is to teach students to recognize and manipulate the sounds within words, moving from syllables to individual sounds or phonemes. So making sure that kids just have the basic understanding of recognizing what letters are and how you properly sound them out. And so that second phase is phonics and word recognition, teaching letter sounds and sound spelling patterns explicitly and systematically. So it's really, when you do the research, it's taking you through a progression that ultimately it will build into our kids being able to really understand how to comprehend text. That third phase is just around fluency, including chances for students to read and reread verbally and from connected text sentences. Focus on the development of both automatic word recognition and fluent expression. So it's a process. That fourth phase, and I remember this when I had to take this test back in the days, trying to understand and break down what structural analysis is, vocabulary and oral language comprehension. Just having the ability to unpack academic and inferential language, so it becomes a lot more complex. Explicitly building students' recognition of shared morphemes, and then that last phase is just around text comprehension. Being able to take everything that you've learned over those first phases and now being able to apply that as you read, as you get into critical literature that you have to read and process. And what's happening with a lot of these rigorous state assessments is calling for you to be able to draw from multiple sources. And it may not very well be that it's just a simple A, B, C, or D. It may be that it's two of those choices based on the various texts that you've had to read through. And so we have, we're going through an adoption right now that will be coming to the board real soon, that all embraces the science for reading. And I'm not the chief academic officer. My chief academic officer can run circles around how I articulated it, but I hope I've given you a brief understanding of what that focus is.
I appreciate that. It's you mentioned it tonight, and I've heard it in other spaces, and I've been wanting to ask. So why not ask when there's an audience and everyone can understand the science of reading? So thank you.
And we'll do a workshop for people if they want it. We can get the experts in the room because we have some in this county.
Thank you. I don't know who. So we'll start to my left and work our way to the right, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I have to say, the science of reading was one of the very first things, Dr. Bedell, that you and I discussed when we first met. And when you shared your thoughts, I wanted to get up and down and scream for joy because it was music to my ears. So I'm thrilled to see this progress in the way that we're moving. I was going to ask one question tonight, and it was on the data of where we are in our metrics, and you did not hide it. You made it a slide to discuss here. So I do not have a question. I want to applaud you for your transparency and acknowledging that we have a lot of work to do, because I think some residents in Anne Arundel County may be watching and be a little surprised by those numbers, but you're sharing them and you're acknowledging the work needed to be done.
We can be great, but here's what I will say. Just like we are number 4 in salary, starting teacher salary, number 1 with special education endorsement. So if we're going to continue to ask to make sure that people are properly compensated, then we need to be performing in the top 5. Otherwise, it's hard to come and ask.
Understood and agreed.
That's my Marine sort of, yes, agree.
And then,
No, please go ahead.
And finally, I want to thank you for really pushing for community back into the school. I think, first it was security concerns, then it was COVID. And I think it's so important, especially for our young students, to see members of the community at their school so that they feel like they're going to a community school. And I think as kids go through middle and high school, those the presence of adults, it brings that mentorship to our kids. So I commend you on putting this information together for us. And I don't know how you sleep, maybe you don't, but I look forward to seeing where Anne Arundel County Public Schools goes.
It's been a struggle.
Yeah. Thank you.
So one of my questions was also about science of reading, and I think you started to answer it, but in terms of implementation, it sounds like you're maybe near the beginning, or some implemented, or?
Well, no, we're just getting ready to get started. Okay. So there will be a full-blown implementation plan that will roll out sometime during the second semester with dates and everything. We will make sure that this is done properly and that we're not asking teachers to just come in August and magically try to figure this out like we're building a plane in the air. There will be a very comprehensive implementation plan, and we don't have a problem making that available for the community to see what that plan will look like.
Okay, that's awesome. My next question was something that I've just heard recurring again and again from my now former colleagues at AACPS, but about the grading system, especially in middle and high school, where you've got opportunities for redos, and I think there's a lot of comfort with that, but then it also, like you said, we need to make sure that we're really holding our young people to a high bar and not kind of giving them ways to kind of wiggle out of it. So I just would like to hear your thoughts, or if that's something you're looking at, or.
Yes, I'm looking at it. Here's the reality of it. We talked about it as a cabinet, and I tend to agree with your colleagues or your former colleagues as a teacher. But we also said you just can't rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah.
You have to do this in a pretty healthy way, and the goal was to try to limit the number of redos until we can get back to a space where we're letting people know this is where we are and this is how we're going to operate moving forward. There is a plan to take a look at all of that. I mean, we're going to look at the credit structures. We're going to look at the schedules. We're going to look at some of these things that we talk about with the grading practices, all of that, the redos, all of that's going to be looked at. We just received our curriculum audit, so we are still working the process through some of the findings there. But there's a lot of things in there that's telling around practices that we need to change. And when we get ready to launch this strategic plan come July 1, I think there's going to be a lot of changes that our teachers will be pretty happy about. My ultimate goal is to try to restore and bring back joy to teaching and learning. And I feel like it's been robbed. And that's part of the reason why we're down probably some 800,000 teachers in the United States since 2020. And so I feel like I have a responsibility to take a different look at some of our current practices.
I just want to say thank you for taking a look, and thank you for recognizing the impact of the teaching profession and how that impacts the entire system. So just thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Fiedler? I'm sorry, Ms. Ledbetter. Ms. Fiedler's to my
That's
right.
fine. I would have been happy to wait my turn again. Thank you both so much for being here. I know this is a subject near and dear to most people in our county's hearts, and your time and effort does not go unnoticed. I want to start with first a comment to give a little plug. You talked about mentoring tonight. I actually, in my capacity as a councilwoman and then outside of my government role, I'm working with 2 high school interns that I'm working with through the internship coordinator at one of the high schools in my district. And I just wanted to give the program a plug to anyone who is listening. It's absolutely fabulous. The students are engaged, excited, hungry to learn. I've really enjoyed being able to be a mentor and to be a positive influence. And so it is a program, to my knowledge, I think every high school offers to seniors. And I encourage folks in the community, business owners, employers, look into it. It's a fantastic way to shape a young person, and you get to learn something from them along the way as well. So just a little plug.
Thank you.
And then secondly, I wanted to ask you a question. There's a lot of focus, and I think it is a very necessary focus, and I'm so glad that our school system is doing it on closing the achievement gap. But I wanted to also take a minute just to ask about, there is also a group of students, and they come from all different socioeconomic backgrounds, colors, ethnic groups, who are not part of the gap. They're on the advanced side of things. And I do hear from conversations I have with community members and parents concern that that group of students doesn't always feel as connected, engaged, challenged. They can't get into some of the classes that they want to take that would challenge them because they're busy taking a mandatory elective, or maybe just a variety of different things. And so I just would love to hear you talk about, and I think that also goes to the National Merit Scholars. It all is feeding. That's why we're low on there. I know in the early 2000s, I think we had double digits National Merit Scholars, so we've definitely gone in the wrong direction, and I give you credit for owning that. But if you could just speak to that topic, what you guys have identified, what are you looking at to address those opportunities?
That was one of the things that I learned over my first 100 days that was a concern. The gifted and talented continuum in this school district, it was also confirmed by the curriculum audit. So there are 2 areas. Special education, I feel like we have a lot of work to do within that aspect of the school district, and then our gifted and talented program. Those are 2 of the main areas that I have charged our new chief academic officer to convene and get some work groups together so that we can start to build it out. Even as we get ready to go into this phase two of reorg, we've already gone through a phase one, which was dealing with the cabinet structure, but now we're looking at mid-management. So that also may very well mean that we're going to have to take a look at an individual that can be over these unique programs and making sure that we build this out properly. And so this is something that is 100% on my radar. And we've started doing some things in that space, not necessarily at the elementary level to the extent that I would like, but just the recent focus on giving more kids opportunities with SAT. And the goal now, we moved it from just 11th graders taking it and 10th graders having to pay that wanted to take it. All 10th graders in the district now can take it for free. And that also gives us an opportunity to be able to identify AP potential at a much earlier rate. If we know where these kids are, you get your National Merit Scholars by ultimately how these kids are performing on pre-SAT, SAT. So that's ultimately the goal there. But we have a plan to really shore up on the gifted and talented program. I'd be willing to, if you ever want to come over and have a conversation with Dr. Marquise Duarte, we can kind of articulate that to you, or we can, come back and have that conversation. But it is a huge focus of mine. And I'm a parent of a kid who tested in the 89th percentile on the Naglieri intelligence test. So he was gifted and talented. And so I know what he needed. And I feel like some of that is not in place cohesively here in Anne Arundel County, but we'll put it in place.
Amazing, thank you. And then just one final question. The Be Present program, is that in every school, or is it a pilot in some? I just wanted to.
No, it's opened up for,
it's
opened up across the county. It was a
county.
pilot, making sure, I'm looking at Monique so I don't say anything wrong. Nah, because, my team be like, Bedell, you shouldn't have said that. So I'm like, all right. But yeah, right now, it's all about getting volunteers now. To go through the process and then show up. But there is not a school that, at this point, we have not said there are no schools available. Everybody can do it.
So
Amazing.
the volunteers in all of your districts can.
Love it, thank you.
And finally, Ms. Hummer.
Yes, so first off, congratulations on passing redistricting. As someone who went through that, I know how challenging that is,
Yes.
but I appreciate too that the members that fully realize, and the school system realizes, that we've got to use the space that we have, and we've got to really utilize that. We can't keep building and not moving people, even though it can be painful. It has a big impact on my district because we're having the new elementary school open up, and a portion of my district also will go to the new high school, so very excited about that. I had to laugh when you talked about the blueprint. Yes, we fully support it, but intellectually there are things with it that we all know don't make sense, and empirically don't make sense for what the goals are. And so I have made this clear to the school system, but I want to say again, I want to continue advocating with you to our state delegation to make the changes that make sense, that will let us be successful. Because right now there's some things in there that are actually blocking some of our goals to come through, and we need to make some changes. But there's some really good things. I'm thrilled about the community schools program and how that's expanding through the school system, and I think really is going to make a huge difference in some of our most in need schools. So I think that's great. And so, but you have my full support moving forward to get it to intellectually meet up with what it's actually purporting to do.
Well, I met with Britt Kerwin and we had that conversation. I wanted him to know, listen, part of the reason why I made a decision to come to Anne Arundel County was because of a lot of the tenants in the blueprint. I was trying to do a blueprint 2030 in Kansas City, and there were a lot of things in there that aligned. But and I felt like, we're going to get the financial support here that we would not have necessarily had in Kansas City because we were just trying to do it as a school district. But I have expressed my concern on some of the things that I feel we're going to have to look at some amendments to that legislation if we really want this to work to the highest degree.
If I could just briefly add to that, I think, first of all, I'm sure it's clear to all of you how fortunate we are to have Dr. Bedell. And we as a board were thrilled when we hired him, and we have remained thrilled. I think this is a moment where education has to foundationally transform. It just does. And we are fortunate in this state to have the blueprint as that occurs. And as Dr. Bedell has pointed out, Ms. Hummer has pointed out, and I've certainly had these conversations, there are things that have to be adjusted in the blueprint to get there. But they are things that can be worked through. But the opportunity for all of our students is phenomenal. And I will just say, there is, Dr. Bedell is the superintendent in the state who I think can implement this. And I think we stand to be a model, not just for the state, but with that for the country. And so I truly appreciate your support, as do my colleagues. I think we can do tremendous things. I think one of the fallacies in some people's minds about the blueprint is that it's all this money added on to what we already do. That money's there because we're going to fundamentally transform a lot of what we do. And just as Dr. Bedell said, we're looking at what is in our budget and are the things there really doing what we expect them to do. You don't just keep adding on and leave everything else just sitting there without any sort of attention to whether it's doing the job it's supposed to do. And there are things that will not continue because of the way the blueprint is structured. And back to the earlier discussion of the achievement gap, we now have a significant number of not only 4-year-old pre-K classes, 3-year-old pre-K classes in the county, thanks to Blueprint. We will have more. That, as those children track through the system, we should see significant changes in the outcomes for them, just based on the research that's out there. And so you're putting money up front to set up a child for success early on. And when that child is set up for success early on, you're not having to pour all this remediation in later, which is more expensive and less successful. And so it's a matter of return on investment on the money that is being spent. And in the end, I think is going to be a great efficiency. So,
or you could be spending $38,000 a year for the rest of the life of somebody who's being incarcerated because we didn't get it right on the front end.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right, and that's far more expensive than getting it right on the front end.
Yep.
And then I'll say this, because this is really important for everybody in this room, especially our county council. We also have to have grace. We're going to try some things, and not everything that we try will be successful. I'm a former high school engineering high school principal. Fail for me is first attempt in learning. Doesn't mean that it's the end. And we're going to have grace if we really do want to take this school district to a new level.
All right, Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, a lot of people who sit in this chair say a lot of things, right? And I'm skeptical, believe it or not. And they say all these things, and I'm like, yeah, okay. I will say this about you, and I'll say this is real talk for a second. I was at an event the other night. I talked to Dr. Bedell at the event. He was not particularly pleased with how everything went at the event. And I got to tell you, he walked out of there. We ran into each other at the elevator. There was like steam coming out of his ears. He was not happy. But you know what he did? He did something about it, right? He's not just the person who says, I'm upset about this, okay, blah, blah, blah. Like, he did something. He took corrective action. He owned it. He moved to the next step. He said, well, this is not going to happen again. These are the things that are going to happen going forward to fix this. So I will just say I'm really excited because I think your realness, I think the accountability that you bring to the position is so refreshing. I think the fact that you're willing to sit up here and say, we're not where we want to be, but we're going to work to get there. And you use terms like return on investment in education, right? If we are real about what we're talking about up here, when we say we're investing in education, you have to be real about the idea that there has to be a return on that. The fact that you're willing to sit here and talk about that, I think is huge and just speaks volumes for you. So I'm thrilled. I can't wait to see where you take the district. I think the investments that you're putting into our school system and the ideas that you're sort of moving things and changing pieces and trying different things, please keep doing it. I'll tell you, that new math curriculum that you have in elementary school, my son loves it. My wife was I didn't make it. My bad. But my son was he had the conference this morning. The new teacher loved it, right? She liked it. My wife likes it. My son. So it's great. And it's the fact that you're willing to try these new things and you're willing to take this on and do it. So kudos to you. I'll say this. Even if people don't wind up incarcerated and we're paying that, there's still costs when we get this wrong, right? One of the first meetings I had, I won't tell you who was in the meeting, but it was with the community college. I'm talking to them. I said, what percentage of your students that come out of Anne Arundel County Public Schools need remedial courses when they come to AACC? They're like, it's a huge percentage. I said, well, why don't you do something with the school? They said, oh, we're great partners. We don't want to point that out to them and blah, blah. And I'm like, what a failure. What an absolute failure across the board that we're failing kids all the way up through 12th grade, and then they're getting to college. Then we're covering it up again. I appreciate that you're coming out and going, we're not going to cover it up. We're going to own this, and we're going to make sure we get this right. Because even if these students don't wind up incarcerated, there's still a cost. There's a cost for them. There's an opportunity cost for the time that they're losing in college, the money they're spending, that we're losing as a society. So God bless you for what you're doing. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for your board. Dr. Tobin, thank you for being here. I get excited when I listen to you speak. I mean, it's like the old E.F. Hutton commercial. You know, when E.F. Hutton speaks, everybody listens. That's you. When you speak, I'm like, let's go. So,
Did you get that letter that you made? Did that letter get to you too?
I read that letter. Yeah. I printed that letter out. I walked around my office. I'm like, can you believe this? He sent this letter? Wow. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all again for being here. I did want to let my colleagues know, if you didn't know already, we have invited and have secured the financial team. They're coming here in January to our work session to take this council through the financial responsibilities of Blueprint, so we can be a little more educated when it comes to budget time. So Mr. Stansky and Ms. Shannon Pugh, I believe, will be here with us at our work session in January. So It's one you don't want to miss.
Two of the best in the state.
TV after.
Two of the best in the state. Stansky was voted by all of his peers as the chief financial officer for the state of Maryland last year. He is dynamic.
They are both considered to be the leading experts in the state on Blueprint and now on the implementation. So we're very, very fortunate to have them.
I think it'll be very important for this council to hear from them. It'll be really helpful for us as we prepare for the budget this year and beyond. So thank you. Thank you all so much.
Well, I definitely appreciate the opportunity for you all to be here. I do have one small question. I know your PhD in education?
It is.
Are you just as good in housing?
Listen, I'm not getting into that, but all you have to do is go and look at some of the issues I took on in Kansas City, but I'm not getting into that.
We need a housing superintendent. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here today.
You can't have him.
Thank you all.
All right. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Good night.
We do have Aaron.
Oh, yeah. All right. And Madam Secretary, go ahead and read the ethics statement.
The Ethics Commission has asked that I advise you that under certain circumstances, members of the public may qualify as lobbyists when they testify before the County Council. If so, the law requires that certain information be filed with the Ethics Commission. The chair of the Ethics Commission has asked that those who wish to testify in any form review the general information on lobbying sheet located on the Ethics website under Forms and Publications. If there are any questions about lobbying requirements, please contact the Ethics Commission at 410-222-4413.
Thank you. All right, we'll now open our invitation to the audience. This is the opportunity to speak briefly on anything that's not on the printed agenda. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We had a few carryovers from last time, Mr. Chair, but it was actually testimony on Bill 7823, so it's been transferred to that summary.
All right, I didn't see anyone that signed up in advance. Anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on anything on the printed agenda? I see a couple of folks move in. All right, and we'll start from my right and go to the Dean of the Council. We'll end up speaking last. Ma'am, over to you.
Yep. Good evening. My name is Christina Corona. I live at 34 East 26th Street in Baltimore. I'm here as the Vice President of the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County, speaking in favor of the Essential Worker Housing Bill, which our union voted to endorse earlier this month.
This is on a printed agenda. There's going to be a moment where we open this up for this specific bill. So did you want to save that for that period so people can? Okay. Yeah, for this is stuff that is not on the agenda. Okay. No problem. And then, what is that, sir? The tyranny response team? Okay.
Yep.
You the man. Over to you.
It's so interesting. Well, I was going to say this at the end, but it's funny, like marching with Black Lives Matter or Reopen Maryland. Everybody loves this T-shirt except for the oligarchs. So I had some great news. Libertarians are relevant. A anarcho-capitalist libertarian by the name of Javier Milei was just elected president of the country of Argentina. And it's really funny because like the corporate media, like if you Google the search like election results, it'll just say far right candidate this, far right, and it's like we libertarians have nothing to do with the far right, just like we have nothing to do with the far left. But apparently they don't seem to understand who we are, what we're about. But he won by 56% to 44, which is a much better spread than Biden beat Trump. And so for those of you, anybody that's interested in us libertarians, like I said, not left or right, not conservative or liberal, but if we see this back and forth between the left and the right, I don't know what that is. I look at liberty and I look at tyranny. So whether you're an authoritarian on the left or an authoritarian on the right doesn't really matter to me. So if you're here advocating for the government to get off your boot, don't worry about being with the two parties that might be talking about removing the boot, whether it's economic or social, and then they never get around to it. But when they're in charge, boy, do they really push on the opposite side. Also, I'm going to be out. We had a meeting at 6 instead of 7, but for the next couple of meetings, I'll be out front. If anybody would like to sign a petition for Robert F. Kennedy, who's running as an independent, I'll be collecting ballot signatures because here in Maryland, the Republicans and Democrats have worked together to create a very big hurdle for third parties or independents where we have to get 10,000 signatures or more. So if you'd like to help out, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Julie Johnson, P.O. Box 6634, Annapolis, Maryland. It's really interesting to hear the superintendent of schools speak. He certainly is energetic, dynamic, and he had everybody in the palm of his hand, I think. At least everybody I could see. And that's really good because that's how you get people motivated and everything. But I'll just give you, a sort of a backward view. He told you that there was only one National Merit Scholarship from Anne Arundel County. And he told you how many thousands of students attend here. I went to a high school that was the smallest school in our athletic league. We had 3,200 kids, which is not a small school by Maryland standards. But when it came time for national merit scores to come out, we didn't all get National Merit Scholarships, but I think that we had about 32 the year I graduated that were in the category of meeting the criteria in terms of the test scores. I had 2 kids I competed with who were double 800s on their SATs before they they readjusted the scores. It can be done. And maybe someday I'll get to talk to him. No, anyway, I promised you I was going to talk about the doom loop. Because we are engrossed, the county is engaged in this process of changing land use decisions, land use planning, and the zoning things. What should the zoning laws be? And there's so many books that are out now. It's really important. There are a lot of ideas because the consensus seems to be that for the last 70 years, that's 70, but they keep taking it back to 1950. The planners and the zoning people, with the best of intentions, mostly. Sometimes, oh no. Well.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Don't destroy what we've got. That's how we wind up destroying communities. We have to really work at preserving the important parts that bring people here, keep them working.
Thank you.
And make them be a part of the community.
Thank you all. Ms. Johnson, just so you know, I'm going to pull those records from 2005 when you graduated just to check.
2005. Oh, thank you.
All right. The invitation to the audience is now closed. Is there any item any council member would like to place on the printed agenda? All right, seeing no lights, may I have a motion that the partial reading of any bill and resolution, amendment to a bill or resolution or minutes constitute the reading of the whole?
So moved, Allison Pickard.
All right, is there a second? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Madam Secretary, please read the minutes of November 6th and 14th, 2023.
Minutes of legislative session 2023, November 6, 2023. The County Council meeting was called to order by Chair Smith at 7 p.m. It was opened with the invocation given by Pastor Valdez Snipes from the Mount Zion AME Church and was followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. We also have the minutes for the work session of November 14th, 2023. The County Council work session was called to order by Chair Smith at 9 a.m. There were 5 members of the County Council present. And the reason that we have minutes for the work session is because we introduced a resolution at that particular meeting.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the minutes of November 6th and 14th, 2023.
Rodman, so moved.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Minutes of November 6th and 14th, 2023 stand approved as read. Madam Secretary, please read the titles of bills to be introduced this evening.
Bill number 8723, an ordinance concerning capital budget and program, Board of Education security-related upgrades, roof replacement, and Old Mill MS South capital projects, Community College campus improvements capital project, supplementary and transfer of appropriations. Bill number 8823, an ordinance concerning zoning, accessory structures, and front yards. Bill number 8923, an ordinance concerning finance, taxation, and budget, real property taxes, credits, disabled or fallen law enforcement officers, and rescue workers.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read the title of the resolutions to be introduced this evening.
Resolution number 5223, resolution confirming a nomination to the Board of Trustees of the Public Library Association of Annapolis and Anne Arundel County, Incorporated. Resolution number 5323, resolution relating to the condemnation proceedings to acquire real properties located in Gambrills, Maryland, for the purpose of the Towsers Branch Stream Restoration Project and matters relating generally thereto.
Mr. Chair.
Please.
Madam Secretary, can you please add me as a co-sponsor on 8923? Thank you.
All right. May I get a motion to suspend the rules to change the order of the agenda to hear and vote on resolutions 4923 and 5023 first this evening? All right. Is there a second? Second. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter. Aye. Ms. Pickard. Aye. Mr. Volkey. Aye. Ms. Hummer. Aye. Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The motion to change the order has been adopted.
All right. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution 4923.
Resolution number 4923, resolution urging the United States Congress to renew and extend the Affordable Connectivity Program.
All right. 1 second. All right, so as we discussed in the work session, this resolution was in support of an effort that was happening at a national level around COVID timeframe when they started releasing more revenue to help sort of lower income communities be more or provide more resources so that they stay connected. One of the things that happened when COVID occurred was that students were instructed to work from home from an education standpoint, and what we found was a lot of those households did not have the responsible amount of IT and connectivity to ensure that they could actually attend school virtually. And so what the federal government did was they allocated resources to enhance this effort to ensure that there were opportunities for those families to actually have resources or the capacity to work with companies, telecommunication companies specifically, so that they can have internet access in their house. And so what this resolution is essentially an effort to say, hey, continue that, don't end it, so that those same students or households, I should say, retain and maintain access to high quality sort of internet access and telecommunication. And so what we've learned, at least what I've learned, is that that is the way of the future. Everything we do in the next 20, 30 years is going to be via some sort of technology means. Even our work sessions, as soon as we get an IT, I know Mr. McMahon, where's he at? Minahan. Did he leave already? He did. At some point, even our work sessions and our council meetings will be incorporate virtual, where participants can be at home and still participate in this process from a virtual standpoint. And so this effort is to continue that trend. And so that's what this resolution was. I'll turn it over to the admin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ethan Hunt for the administration. With me at the table is Jack Martin, our Chief Information Officer. We support this resolution, and I'm going to turn it over to Jack just to offer some brief comments about the work that Anne Arundel County is doing in this field. Thanks.
Sure.
Good evening, Mr. Council Chair, Vice Chair, and council members. Thank you for providing an opportunity to voice our support of this resolution and briefly highlight the county's activities related to the Affordable Connectivity Program. Last summer, we put together a digital equity work group to put a focus and resources on 3 primary elements of digital equity, including affordable broadband connectivity, computing devices, and support. The work group includes members of the administration, AACPS, Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families, Department of Social Services, the county libraries, housing, and other county departments. Last month, the work group hosted a trainer from the FCC to learn about the process for connecting our residents to the ACP subsidy. In Maryland, residents who receive the federal ACP subsidy are also eligible for an additional subsidy from the state. Late last week, we were notified that we have been awarded a grant from the state for 7,000 Chromebooks for distribution to eligible low-income residents in need of computer devices. The library system has graciously offered to lead the distribution of these devices through their branches, as well as provide some basic support on the usage of devices. The library is also working to be able to educate patrons on the Affordable Connectivity Program and support their application process. Since the grant has been awarded just this week, we will be planning a few one-day programs around the county to support the distribution of the devices and for applications to the Affordable Connectivity Program. We are also collaborating with the school system to look at how the current ARPA Home Connectivity Grant will bring needed broadband connectivity to some of their student population in South County to better support their students' Chromebooks usage. Thank you.
Any comments from council members? Seeing none, we'll now open a public hearing on Resolution 4923. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive anything ahead of time, Mr. Chair.
All right, and I don't see anyone that signed up in advance. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on Resolution 4923? Is that you, Ms. Johnson? All right, so we just have one. All right, we will close the public hearing after she speaks. Okay.
Julie Johnson, P.O. Box 6634, Annapolis, Maryland. I'm embarrassed to admit I didn't do my homework on this, but I do listen to C-SPAN and stuff, and it turns out that there is some new research being done, and they're very concerned about how screens don't work well for teaching kids. or don't work as well as they should. They're expensive, and they're skills certainly that the kids need to develop. But I would really encourage you to look a little farther to find out what this get the actual correct numbers that I am embarrassed that I can't give you. But they are very concerned that what happens in too many cases is that the kids have the toys and they use it as a toy instead of as a teaching and learning experience because the teachers aren't trained about how you can use this tool as a tool in order to build your skills. And so it becomes a diversion. But I certainly agree with you that it's really important to have people become literate. With this zoning process, it was really difficult if you didn't have a computer. And even if you had a computer, you still couldn't put in your comments because somehow or other the software didn't work or something. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Public hearing on Resolution 4923 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution 4923.
Resolution number 4923, resolution urging the United States Congress to renew and extend the Affordable Connectivity Program.
Any final discussion? All right, seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Resolution 4923.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Abstain.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
5 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, 1 abstention. Resolution number 4923 has been adopted.
All right. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution 5023.
Resolution number 5023, resolution agreeing to establish an additional early voting center at the Broadneck branch of the Anne Arundel County Public Library.
Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ethan Hunt for the administration. With me at the table is David Garris, the director of our County Board of Elections, as well as Lori Klossmeyer from the Office of Law. So state law allows Anne Arundel County to have 9 early voting sites with the option to add a 10th early voting site. The process is that the local Board of Elections votes to establish the 10th voting site and identify the location, and then the local governing body, which is the county executive and the county council, approve that, and upon approval, it goes to the State Board of Elections for approval. So the Board of Elections recently voted to add Broadneck branch of the Anne Arundel County Public Library as the 10th early voting site for the 2024 elections. So we are here seeking a vote on the resolution expressing the local governing body's support, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Garris if he has any additional comments.
Thank you. The board considered the 10th early voting site at its public meeting. We had some feedback from the public, and I believe that the Broadneck site will be an excellent location for voting in 2024. And I'm happy to take any of your questions. Thank you.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Garris, thank you for being here. So it looks like the cost of this is about $72,000. You believe you can absorb that in existing appropriated funds?
Correct.
Okay. And then going to the rationale for the 10th center, understanding the state law allows us to have one if the board suggests that makes sense or votes to make that make sense. I guess the question I would have for you is there a deficiency with 9 voting centers that you all think you are going to be rectifying with the 10th center? What's sort of the rationale for the board? Obviously, I wasn't there, but
sure.
What's the thought process?
Sure. So, as you may recall, we had a site at the Severna Park Library. And the library folks, they are excellent partners. They're always excellent to work with. When we were preparing for the 2024 election, we recognized that we wanted to place a larger location on Ritchie Highway. So in lieu of the Severna Park site, we've moved north towards to the Early Height Volunteer Fire Hall, which is a much larger room and also has a much larger parking lot, so it will accommodate many more voters. We're expecting it to be a very, very busy site. As everybody's probably aware, 2024 looks like it's going to be an extremely busy, extremely energetic election, which we're looking forward to and we're preparing for. So our board felt that we needed more support along the Route 2 corridor, especially heading south as we approach Annapolis, and we looked at that Broadneck area as a good place to place that 10th site. And especially, again, with the 2024 election, you know, there's kind of a, do you prepare for the big turnout or not? And for this one, we are preparing for a large turnout.
All right, we'll now open the public hearing on Resolution 5023. Is there anyone, Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive anything ahead of time, Mr. Chair.
And I don't see anyone that signed up in advance as well on 5023. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to Resolution 5023? Okay, I see one member, and then we will close public hearing after this member. Please state your name and address for the record in 2 minutes.
Britt Griswold. I live at 823 Holly Drive East, Annapolis, Maryland, 21409. I live on the Broadneck, and hearing that the early voting site was going to get moved north, I realized that I wasn't going to be going up there. I'd rather go to Washington, D.C. than try to drive up Route 2 to that location. So I was very glad to hear you're considering the Broadneck Library, which is relatively near my house. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, public hearing on resolution number 5023 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution 5023.
Resolution number 5023, resolution agreeing to establish an additional early voting center at the Broadneck branch of the Anne Arundel County Public Library.
All right, is there any final discussion? Seeing no lights. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Resolution 5023.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Radvian.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Resolution number 5023 has been adopted.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 7623.
Bill number 7623, an ordinance concerning construction and property maintenance code supplement, building permit exemptions, detached accessory structures.
Mr. Volkey.
Hi. We've talked about this bill extensively. I won't cover it in great detail. I'll just say thank you again to the administration for working on this bill. Thank you to my colleagues for some of the amendments that have been passed to hopefully protect critical area concerns, and I would ask for my colleagues' support. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ethan Hunt for the administration. Have Andrew McCara from Inspections and Permits, Lynn Miller from the Office of Planning and Zoning, and Lori Klossmeyer from the Office of Law. As the sponsor mentioned, we've discussed this bill at several hearings in the work session, and I think we're at a good place on it, so we're just here to answer any questions.
It's good, easy. No. We did discuss, for the public's consumption, we did discuss this bill at the work session as well. We'll now open a public hearing on bill number 7623. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive anything ahead of time, Mr. Chair.
And I have one person who had signed up in advance, Linda Monday. Say it again? Oh, okay. They sent, it was the wrong sign up? Okay. All right, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on 7623? Okay. Okay, is that, are you, yeah, they're like a band. They operate in unison. So, over to you.
Oh, do you want my turn? Thank you, ma'am. David Dahl, Severn. I'm sorry. You started talking about the group of NPCs, non-player characters that walked off together, and I completely lost my train of thought. So, stuff in your front yard. Goodness gracious! You know, we talk about libertarians. Oh, we're big and scary. Like there was a gentleman sitting next to me one day. The county ran over his or chewed up his food, his plants he was growing. We can't put a fence in our front yard. We can't put a shed in our backyard without a permit. Like these things, these nickel and dimes I know we talk about, trying to make things a better place for everybody, but I don't think that creating these regulations and laws are actually going to save our lives here. So I just humbly suggest that instead of tinkering with these codes, we just get rid of them so that individuals have the right to do whatever they want with their front lawn as long as they're not hurting other people, because that is what America is all about, private property. Like, you own yourself, you own your body. You should be able to own your private property and put a driveway in your front yard or a fence. So yeah, let's work on not reform, but abolition. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, public hearing on bill number 7623 is now closed. Mr. Volkey?
I'm just going to respond to Mr. Dahl's comments. I just want to say I hear where you're going. We're taking incremental steps. That's what I would say. So I think this bill is an incremental step to try to cut down on some red tape, and it's something that we've had the chance to work with the county on, and they've been supportive of. So we'll keep looking for those opportunities.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 7623.
Bill number 7623, an ordinance concerning construction and property maintenance code supplement building permit exemptions, detached accessory structures.
I guess if Mr. Volkey succeeds at eliminating all zoning codes and things like that, I'll put a 100-foot feet statue of him in my front yard. And we know. Okay, well, we'll see. Any final discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll on bill number 7623.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 7623 has been passed.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 7823.
Bill number 7823, an ordinance concerning finance, taxation, and budget, subdivision and development, zoning, Essential Worker Housing Access Act of 2023.
It was a mouthful. Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pete Barron for the administration. Joining me is our Deputy CAO for Land Use, Mr. Jansen Evelyn. We have our Housing Super, Aaron Karpowitz, Chauncey Hall from ACDS, Lori Blair Klassmeyer from the Office of Law, Lynn Miller from Planning and Zoning, as well as a couple other folks here in the audience, Mr. Hall, as well as Mr. Burt and Mr. Fisher from OPZ are in the audience if there are specific questions. Got a laugh out of a few of you for that. We discussed this bill now at the work session and at the previous meeting. I direct, if you have any questions, to go back to the presentation the administration made at both of those meetings. We have a number of folks here from the public, so I'm not going to make a lot of comments this morning or this evening. But here to answer any questions, and we know there's some amendments coming, so there'll be some robust discussion. So right now, we ask you to support the bill, and happy to answer any questions.
Good. Though I think it is early morning in France, but that's a whole nother question.
Soon, sir, soon.
Any discussion from the council? Seeing none, we will now open a public hearing on bill number 7823. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimony tool?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the council, there were 10 submissions. There were 2 that were transferred from the invitation to audience tool. And then we got an additional letter as well through the administration. That has all been added up, and the summary of the testimony is posted online. Everybody got a copy, I believe, and it'll be added to the record.
Thank you. I did see some folks who signed up in advance. So if you can come forward when I call your name. We'll first call Ms. Bonner. Is that Alina Malik? Oh, you moved her. I was looking for Linda Mooney, but you already moved her. Good. I don't want to screw this name up. Is that Elanita Nelson? How do you say that? Oh, okay. Steve Waddy? And Ms. Delonia? And Ms. Linda Mooney. Mundy, I'm sorry. All right, I'll start with Dr. Bonner. Start with you.
Good evening. I'm Linda Hannafin Bonner. I'm the co-housing chair for Anne Arundel Connecting Together, and thank you very much for allowing us to have a few comments this evening. And to thank you for the opportunity to reinforce our position of support on Council Bill 7823. We acknowledge that this bill is not a perfect bill and not the answer to everything, but particularly with respect to the final solution in the county's housing crisis. And we also know that it only represents a segment of the eligibility residents of the county, and that there still exists a serious gap in the costs of affordable housing for those residents with AMIs below the $70,000 level. But we need to get this bill adopted, and then we need to get to work on the second part with a new bill addressing this lower gap. We also need to be certain that this program is mandatory for all types of housing. And having looked at the proposed amendments coming this evening, we cannot support amendments 12 nor 15. And the reason is there's a moral case to be made for not exempting one developer from the process of participating in the MPDU program or excluding the residential zoning limit. One of the reasons is that you, our elected officials, adopted a fair housing policy, one that also complies with federal and state statutes. And we need to ensure that these policies are integrated with our current work, and not particularly with inclusionary zoning. We need to have all developers participating in the program and the current zoning in place for this bill. I just want to quickly say, let's stop with the amendments, please. They're fine. Let's get to work, adopt the bill, and particularly to address the cost of housing in this county. There's something really terribly wrong in our system when a new development on Riva Road is advertising a 645 square foot apartment for $2,495 at the starting level, and the 2-bedroom levels go up to close to $5,000. And I have a feeling there are no MPDUs allocated in that development, and they're classed as luxuries. When did we in the county become so elitist that we're driving out our own residents who can't afford to live here? So please, let's take this opportunity and get to work and adopt this bill.
Thank you. So, is it Alina?
Yes. Dear Chair PT and members of the Anne Arundel County Council, good evening. My name is Alina Malik, and I'm here today on behalf of Anne Arundel County Youth Advisory Council. During its November meeting, the council voted anonymously to support the amended Bill 7823 and therefore testify again. The Anne Arundel County Youth Advisory Council is a coalition of diverse student advocates and leaders who serve as a voice for the youth in Anne Arundel County. The members of the Anne Arundel County Youth Advisory Council come together to create change for the youth through the youth. I mentioned the youth a lot today, and still I didn't do so enough, because the fact of the matter is that the youth of today will become the backbone of tomorrow, and the housing crisis affects the youth more than people realize. According to the Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies, families in affordable housing are able to spend nearly 5 times as much on healthcare, a third more on food, and twice as much on retirement savings. They could pay off debt, save for college, and provide their children with other resources when they are not struggling to keep a roof over their heads. When I moved here, my father's only ambition was for his children to get the best education, which Anne Arundel County provided. If not for the house that barely met our budget at the time, my family would have been in a crisis. To make sure that parents like mine who only want to provide a healthy life for their children aren't in a crisis, we need more moderately priced dwelling units. As the youth in Anne Arundel County, we want people to call this place home. Not just today, but tomorrow and the years to follow. And we simply cannot do that if we have families and essential workers worried about being able to afford to live here. We need more affordable housing for the students who must experience their parents struggling every time they get a bill in the mail, for the parents, teachers, firefighters, and nurses who should be able to focus on their work, not their rising home costs. And so, for all of the reasons mentioned, the Anne Arundel County Youth Advisory Council is in support of amended Bill 7823. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
Also, please silence your phones if possible. We've heard a couple different phones go off here this evening. Yes, please go.
Hello, my name is Ellie Natan Nelson, 45 Town Pines Court, Annapolis, Maryland. I'm here asking the County Council to pass Bill 7823, amended to include all public service workers who work in our county, including those who work for a public library system. Affordable housing is a necessary investment in our community, its future, and the livelihood of all the workers who keep it going. I've been a resident of Anne Arundel County for 7 years, and I have been rent burdened the entire time. I have been working at the public library after graduating 3 years ago, and I am part of AACPL, who are working to form our union with AFSCME Local Council 3. During the earliest stages of the COVID-19 pandemic, it became clear how the most essential workers in our daily lives are often also the ones who live closest to economic instability, the greatest of which is housing instability. Housing instability sends a ripple effect of disruption through the lives of every individual it affects and every person around them. It's unfair and unconscionable that the people who make everyday life livable are struggling to live their day-to-day lives. While I love the work I've done for the library these past few years, I, like many others, am painfully aware that it is not enough to both support paying rent and being a member of the community. Anytime I have irregular expenses, it immediately becomes clear to me how my housing situation limits me. In the small case, I may be unable to go out with friends after a long day and talk to my favorite server, or buy a gift for the upcoming holidays at the First Sunday Arts Festival. In larger cases, I have to time when I refill my prescriptions or decide which rooms of the house will be kept cold. The money I could have spent connecting to the people around me or taking care of myself instead goes to my rent. I know this is the case for many others. People don't work for the library if the only thing they care about is the money. The library is a special place in today's world that doesn't require money for its services. Even just last week, the library removed faxing fees that stood as a barrier to low-income patrons. Through hundreds of actions like this every day, the library allows the people of Anne Arundel County affordable access to basic needs. It is my hope that with your actions today, you will do the same for Anne Arundel County public service workers. Please support Bill 7823 as amended to include all public county service workers, including those of us who work for the public county library system.
Thank you. Mr. Waddy.
Hello, my name is Stephen Waddy. I live at 7968 Heathermiss Drive in Severn, Maryland. Here on behalf of the NAACP, we do support this Bill 7823 as amended. Inclusionary housing is seen as the MPDU, although not intended to completely right racial injustices embedded in our nation's housing practices, can provide an immediate supply of affordable housing for households earning below median income in certain neighborhoods. I think this bill in and of itself is good. It needs work a little bit. There's a lot of issues related to who's going to be able to be eligible for this. If we want to target Black workers and Black residents, we might want to look at what the health department offered for their statistics at the work session. They talked about zip codes that had low birth weight, zip codes that had trips to the emergency department, and they also that matched certain minority populations. Right now, it's not about whether or not people can afford to live in the county as much as it is where they live. And it seems, again, that 3 members of the council don't want to participate in allowing people to live wherever they can. They want them to live in the blackest, poorest areas that have taken on most of the development, while most of the resources that Black people and brown people make go back to Broad Neck, Cape St. Clair, and Severna Park, so in South County. So yet again, it's not necessarily, because you could have a house for $175,000 in this county, but it's going to be where, you know, most of the other people are black and brown and suffering all of these health maladies. So hopefully you guys can participate again. Certain people are doing the heavy lifting, and they have to make concessions because you all aren't. You have to make a concession. Participate with the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Delonia?
Good evening. My name is Delonia Akindoyo, and I represent the Unit 3 employees of Anne Arundel County Public Schools. So I just want to tell you a few stories about some of our employees that work at for the school system as Unit 3 essential workers. We come in conditions, you know, when the weather's bad or whatever conditions is, when we work through the COVID situation, and we have employees that have to choose between, you know, being at this job for 15, 20 years, and they have to move back in with their parents because they need the health insurance to pay for a sick spouse, but they can't afford to pay to live on their own. We have an employee that is a single mom, has been working for like 18 years, and has to work three jobs to live in this county, but yet her children can't go to school in this county. We have bus drivers who are here behind me, bus drivers who have CDLs and they can work anywhere they want to, but they choose to work in this county, but yet half of them have to have a roommate or have live together in order to be able to live in Anne Arundel County, but yet they drive the special needs children here at in this school district. So we ask you to support this bill because these people love these children. They choose to work here for these children. They want their children to have the same opportunities in this county that other children have, that they take care of, and they make sure that they have everything. So we're asking you to support this bill so that they can afford to live here and give back to the community just as much as everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Mundy.
Hi, my name is Linda Mundy, and I live at 55 Primrose Hill Lane, Annapolis. I appreciate the amendment that increased the number of MPDUs in development to 15%, but it's not enough. As the population grows, so our county continues to grow. An amendment that you also might want to consider, sorry, I'm advocating for another, is increasing the control period to at least 40 to 60 years. My reasoning for this is it's really important to cover a couple of generations to make a significant change. I did some data digging this weekend. I was pretty amazed by the thousands of dollars from builders, realtors, architects, developers, construction, and other housing companies that donated thousands to all of your campaigns over the years. Yes, I did pull the information from the finance reports of those who have been rumored to not support the MPDU bill. But I ask you all, please be on the side of the people, not the corporations. I hope this is not the only place that you hear from us, because who is hearing from the people when there are companies like Cheney Enterprise, $3,500 donated to Allison Pickard, $2,600 from Arlene Hillerson in real estate donated to Amanda Fielder, $2,500 donated from Coach Development to Nathan Volke, $2,500 donated from Maryland Realtors Political Action Committee to Shannon Ledbetter, $2,500 SRP Management, a real estate company, $2,500 Woda Cooper Development, real estate, $2,000 Brandywine Aggregates, construction services, $2,000 Corporate Office Properties, $2,000 Peter Lineback, construction services, company CG, $2,000 David Riggs.
Please summarize.
Construction services.
And for the record, I'm probably on that
Thank
list
you.
as well, just because you didn't call my name, but I will self-disclose.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. And I think that's the list of this Group, can I thank you all for your public testimony, and we'll go to the next group. And Zach Reed. Is there Zach Reed? All right. That is everyone that's that signed up in advance. Is there anyone who did not sign up in advance who wishes to speak on 7823? Please come forward at this time. All right. We have one more seat. Okay. All right, we'll start from my right and work our way to the left. Please state your name and address for the record. 2 minutes, and please proceed.
Sure. My name is Brian Holtzlander, and I'm with Anne Arundel County Professional Firefighters, and I don't have an Anne Arundel address, which kind of speaks to my testimony. But thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for all that you do every day, and for your work on the Essential Worker Housing Act, because it is essential. As prices have skyrocketed, working people like firefighters have been priced out of Anne Arundel County. In fact, only a quarter of our firefighters and paramedics live in Anne Arundel County. And the impact on public safety is significant. First, when tragedy strikes and we need firefighters and paramedics now, they are counties and states away, and that makes filling the fire trucks and ambulances challenging. And secondly, when a child is choking or a loved one is having a heart attack, our firefighters aren't living next door to answer the call. We no longer have hundreds of trained emergency professionals next to you in the checkout line at the grocery store or at the t-ball and the soccer games, because we don't live here. The truth is, our firefighters want to be there when we're needed most. We want to be part of the fabric of the neighborhoods we serve. We want to help the people of Anne Arundel County. We're hopeful that the Essential Worker Housing Act will be a first step in bringing our community back together, and that will make us all safer. We are proud to support the Essential Working Housing Act. Thank you.
Deborah Gundry, and I live at Parkside Preserve in Annapolis, Maryland, which does have MPDUs because of the Annapolis law that was created back in 2004. Ms. Ledbetter, Ms. Ravian, Ms. Felder, Mr. Smith, Ms. Hummard, Mr. Volkian, and Ms. Pickard, please support this bill. I heard you all talking earlier, and a quote or a saying that made me think of was, "The tide rises all ships." Parkside Preserve is being built by Lennar, and Lennar still made money off of me. They also got a density bonus for having MPDUs. They do win. This is not something that they are just having to sacrifice over. And so I need you all to keep that in mind, that the developers do win from this. It is so important to the people that make it. I have lived here since 1986, when my parents brought me home from the hospital that was in Annapolis City back then. I wanted to stay here. I do realize I chose to work in an outpatient mental health clinic instead of having a private practice as a fully licensed clinical social worker. But I love the work, just like the librarians, just like firefighters. This is important to let us stay here. And again, if this bill had been around a lot longer, I could have lived more independently much earlier. I do have to note that it made me kind of queasy to think that single-family dwellings would be excluded. The single-family dwellings make even more than the townhomes, and people deserve to have yards for their children and their dogs, irregardless of whether it's an MPDU or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christina Corona. I live at 34 East 26th Street in Baltimore. I'm here as the Vice President of the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County, speaking in favor of the Essential Worker Housing Bill, which our union voted to endorse earlier this month. As you know, Anne Arundel County continues to have an educator vacancy issue. Currently, there are 98 classroom teacher vacancies. This bill will help the school system with recruitment and retention by giving more educators, particularly those beginning their careers, access to affordable housing, providing them with the financial stability needed to live here, as well as to stay in the field of education. In addition to classroom teachers and related service providers, this bill will also greatly benefit our education support professionals, our ESPs, who include custodians, bus drivers, teaching assistants, and so many other essential school personnel. These staff members are critical to ensuring we create a safe, high-quality learning environment where our students can thrive. Our ESPs, who often make significantly less than their certificated colleagues, also deserve the ability to afford to live where they work. In addition to supporting educators, this legislation will also help our students and their families. Students' academic achievement is negatively impacted when their families struggle financially. High housing costs can create housing instability and force families to cut corners on food bills and other necessities. Without these external pressures, students are better able to come to school as their best selves, ready to engage fully in learning. I urge you to pass a strong essential worker housing bill. While we know this one bill will not solve the entire affordable housing crisis here in Anne Arundel County, it is an important and long overdue step. We also look forward to the introduction of additional affordable housing legislation that will complement this bill. Right now, though, we urge each of you to vote in favor of this particular bill, the one right before you. We cannot afford to forgo any avenue that will create more affordable housing in this county, especially one which ensures that new housing developments have a guaranteed percentage of affordable housing that our early career educators, ESPs, and students' families so desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Tim Stern. I live at 1115 Generals Highway in Crownsville. I am the pastor of Arundel Presbyterian Church in Odenton and a member of the ACT strategy team. I'm speaking in favor of 7823, but just tonight we see two amendments, number 12 and 15. I want to thank the four of you that attended the ACT action on November 5th at St. Andrew by the Bay Catholic Church. It was good to have you there. But two of you spoke full-throatedly about getting the maximum number of houses out on with this bill. And now come Amendment 12 and Amendment 15, which weaken the bill, lessen the number of houses that will be covered under MPDUs, and exclude single-family houses. Mr. Smith, at the housing rally, you said we were going to enter into a sausage-making process. This is baloney.
The good thing is I'll show the sausage making here in about 5 minutes, and hopefully you'll see the sausage within that bologna.
I'll be standing.
Sir?
David Dahl, Severn, Maryland. So until about a month ago, I was renting a room in Curtis Bay for $650. Most of us in the house have small refrigerators because we can't trust the kitchen, because those of us who are struggling to feed ourselves and take care of ourselves tend to come with a lot of problems, and we end up taking from each other. I'm going to get to the social engineering in a second, but I've heard some really great testimony today, a lot of emotion. I know some people say that facts don't care about your feelings, but I also understand that feelings don't care about people's facts. And so I want to say that I very much agree with a lot of the testimony here today about the problem that we're having, but we really haven't addressed like where this problem with the housing has come from. And then we can make these grandiose excuses about racism or capitalism or whatnot. But perhaps maybe it's just that the government is in the way. We're not allowed to build housing where we want to. We're not allowed to build the kind of housing that we want to. We can't put a fence in our front yard. We can't put a shed in our backyard. These are the small nickels and dimes that are destroying our abilities for poor people to fix our homes or build new ones or afford other ones. So relaxing the zoning laws, like allowing us to build residential in places, commercial. I mean, there's a slew of ideas. I couldn't spend 2 minutes getting into them all. But I did want to address three quick things, if I got seconds left. The first part of the bill, I love the repealing of a lot of these funds and stuff like that, but it's selective, right? So we're acknowledging that the government is in the way when it comes to these specific things that you wrote down right here, but like we're not able to just get rid of them completely. So it's just kind of bizarre. And the second part with the social engineering, this really creeps me out, like telling us that like we poor people have to live in the areas that you want to. And the gentleman said earlier about there's 3 people who want to tell black and brown people where to live, but I think that there's 7 people that would tell all of us where to live. And I want to end that completely. I don't think that you have that right to make the decision. And when you guys go back and forth between the 3 and 4 of you, it doesn't matter to me. But the last part on this bill, the government control and telling me whether or not I have permission to live in the house that, in this affordable housing, I don't need your permission. I need your boot off of my throat. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Yes, my name is Chester Spriggs. I'm from Lothian. I support the bill. The thing is that I'm a 5th, 6th generation, maybe more, of Spriggs that lived in Anne Arundel County. I'm one of the bus drivers that Mr. Lyon was talking about that, for me, I'm not just that, I'm a husband to a wife who's a full-time mom, to my 2 kids who are non-verbally autistic. And I say that because as a bus driver, we have the ability to pick and choose the hours that we want for routes and stuff. And for me, I can't choose that many hours because of my responsibility. Because, with my kids, it requires more time and attention. I support the bill. The thing is also I don't want to talk about those who are establishing, but I also want to talk about those who are established, but at the same time need help maintaining what they have established. I have a home, but the thing about it is I had to take out a substantial mortgage to upkeep the home. And every year it gets harder and harder to maintain what I have established. So I just want to talk to y'all and see if there can be a way to help offset those debts that some of us, we could say we intentionally accumulated them, but we had to accumulate in order to maintain living here. And so I just want to propose those kind of changes to us so that, my children who are 5th, 6th generation Spriggs can continue to live here as well as the 7th and 8th and so on and so forth in the near future. Because like some of us, we had to make sacrifices in order to stay here. And, we just want to make sure that our sacrifices aren't in vain and that they're not overlooked. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. Please be seated. And this will be the final call for anyone that wishes to speak on Bill 7823. Yeah, go ahead and state your name and address for the records, 2 minutes. And
Judy McKenna, 236 Harlem Road, Pasadena, Maryland. I've been a resident here all my life. I'm working as a school bus driver for the special needs kids for Anne Arundel County Public Schools for the past 28 years. I had divorced, raised 2 kids on my own, had to live with my father. I'm still living back in the house. My daughter and son-in-law own it. I don't make enough to live on my own, even after 28 years. Because we're paid for 180 days out of the school year, and that 180 days pay is broke down into 26 pays. It's averaged out. So if you work 80 hours every 2 weeks, you get about 65 hours of pay. And then your taxes and all your stuff's taken out of it. So it makes it very hard. And I've loved all the kids that I've dealt with throughout the years. But I'm still living at home, and 23 of these 28 years, I've worked a second job for Anne Arundel County Parks and Recs. I'm working on the average of 60 to 70 hours a week just to survive. And I still struggle. I did at one time have a house when I was married, but I can't get one now. I'm looking forward to retirement. I don't know that I'll be able to retire and stop working completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson.
Julie Johnson, P.O. Box 6634, Annapolis, Maryland. You've heard a lot of powerful testimony tonight. You know that there is a genuine need for additional affordable housing, or for our essential people who make this county work and operate. But have you thought about a topic that's been widely publicized in the affluent communities across the country? And that is that the builders and developers want to go where they make the money. And so they want to build what gets lumped under luxury homes, also known as the very expensive homes. And it turns out that among this population of property owners, there is a significant fraction who have multiple homes, and therefore across the country, they have a home here, they have a home there, and elsewhere. And so instead of pouring the resources into the local population, they're busy having, these different places for entertainment and relaxation or even business purposes. I respect John McCain very much, but John McCain and his wife had 18 homes. And it's true they had a fair number of children, but 18 homes is sort of beyond, he does not need any help, and of course he didn't ask for any. But I think that we need to keep an eye on issues that are local. Another very important deficiency in this bill that's very important to me relates to climate change. Because when you build a structure, the Romans got things that have been standing for, more than 2,000 years. But here, we have this problem of these storms that come through with horrendously high winds, and the duration of the storms are longer and longer. And therefore, we need to change the building code to reinforce the structures so that they withstand those problems, so that they are better resistant to heat and cold, which means more insulation and so on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Public hearing on bill number 7823 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 7823.
Bill number 7823, an ordinance concerning finance, taxation, and budget subdivision and development zoning, Essential Worker Housing Access Act of 2023.
All right. We do have several amendments here. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 8.
Amendment number 8. This amendment requires that moderately priced dwelling units meet design standards established by the county or the administrator, and that the design standards include minimum moderately priced dwelling unit size and standards to ensure moderately priced dwelling units are architecturally compatible and similar in general exterior appearance to market rate units.
Ms. Radvia?
Thank you. So what Ms. Corby just read, I think, really describes exactly what this amendment is intended to do, to make sure that we're not getting moderately priced dwelling units by completely lowering the standards, lowering the size, or bringing down the size of the units that are created under this bill. And I ask for your support. I move to introduce amendment number 8.
Is there a second? Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the sponsor for bringing this forward. We support. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any additional questions from council colleagues? All right. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. I just wanted to, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the amendment. I don't want anybody to freak out. I just wanted to ask how the administrator, how we think we're going to enforce this.
Erin Karpowitz, Arundel Community Development Services. Let me scooch down. Our agency actually already has a staff of experienced construction specialists who go out and monitor and inspect buildings to ensure that certain design standards are met in terms of Section 504, which is the accessibility requirements of the federal government for a lot of the federal funds that we already administer. So we would have qualified inspectors go out and take a look and monitor to ensure that the building standards are being designed. And we would actually do that starting with the design process. We've done this a little bit to some degree with the workforce housing provision, where we meet with the developers beginning and early on in the development process to go over the different standards in terms of siting and where the units should be placed. So it would be a similar process.
Thank you.
Mr. Volk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How does this amendment interplay with section, I'm on page 7 going into page 8 of the bill, 17-12104, where it talks about subsection 5 requires the moderately priced dwelling units be architecturally compatible, but then in section 6 says the interior amenity level can be reduced in accordance with applicable housing and building codes. How do you see the interplay between this amendment and that permission that already exists in the bill?
I'll take that one first, and then if the administration has anything to add. So you could imagine, for example, a market rate unit that had marble countertops in the kitchen, for example. We wouldn't necessarily expect the MPDU to also have marble or whatever luxury features, but something at least visually similar, something of similar durability. And so, leaving this to my original model was slightly different. And after conversations with the administration, I came up with this because we already have staff that do this kind of thing in our county.
Any additional
Is this
comments?
on? Okay. Oh, so I would concur with that. I think in terms of the design standards on the interior amenities, that would be also included in the design guide. So we want full transparency with developers. We don't want them guessing what they need to put into the different units. And we recognize and are okay with there being a different level of, amenities, but everything is going to be up to building code and up to standards. It's not going to be subpar for the MPDU units.
All right. Seeing no additional comments, please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard. Aye. Mr. Volkey. Aye. Ms. Hummer. Aye. Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 8 has been adopted.
Please read amendment number 9.
Amendment number 9, this amendment requires that moderately priced dwelling units that are offered for sale be listed on the Realtor Multiple Listing Service.
Ms. Ravian?
Thank you. So this amendment, as well as amendment number 10, which is very similar but deals with rental units under the MPDU bill that we're working on, basically just comes from anecdotal stories where builders had said, well, no one is interested in these MPDUs that we're creating, and then it turns out they're not being adequately advertised. So this makes sure that the units that are created under this bill are advertised in the same way that market rate units for sale, and you'll see in amendment number 10, units for rent, which I think is a reasonable expectation, and hopefully something we actually don't need these amendments to do, but just to make sure that there's not gaming going on.
Motion to adopt.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Mr. Barron?
Administration supports.
Okay. And hopefully because if there's a wait list that that ACDS has, they would be reaching out to everyone on that wait list is my assumption. And then if no one either qualifies or is available for that, then it goes to the public for utilization. Is that correct? Yes,
Excuse me. So I think a couple things could happen. You could advertise it, and then that would be a way that people would then get on the wait list. So if they saw it in the MLIS listing, they would say, "Oh, I'm interested." Well, they would have to then apply through ACDS to get qualified.
Okay.
And so we don't really know what our waiting list is going to be exactly, but yes.
Okay.
So it would be kind of a two-tiered approach.
Ms. Lambetter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to clarify that I understand this properly. Because of this section where you're amending this would apply to when the applicant, aka also known as the developer, is listing or selling the unit, does not apply to the resale. So the qualified buyer purchases the home, however many years pass, 10 or 20 years, at that point, would they have to list it in the MLS, or would they have the ability at that point to do for sale by owner? I'm just curious because I'm just wanted to make sure I understood that.
That was my intent, but I can ask Office of Law if that.
Yeah, because it'd be deed restricted for that time period. So as long as it's within that time period, it'll have to still meet the sailing requirements, even if it makes at least my mind.
Lori Blair, Classmeyer, Deputy County Attorney. It is in the section of the code, of the proposed section that relates to the initial sale of the moderate priced dwelling unit. And because it uses the word applicant as well, the applicant being the developer of the development that's going to be subject to the MPDU requirement, I do believe this just applies to the initial sale of the unit. Resale is under the next section, unless I'm misreading this.
There may be a subsequent amendment to add that clarification.
Okay.
Probably not tonight.
So just to clarify, so on a resale, if someone wanted to resale it to a friend that they knew, or to a family member, or to just someone, a neighbor who mentioned it, as long as they are also following the requirements that this bill would stipulate to the resale process, they would not have to put it in the MLS at that time because it's a resale. I just want to make sure I'm crystal clear.
Correct. That's the way I read this amendment.
Thank you.
One point of clarification, though. During the control period, that person who they would sell it to would also have to be qualified.
Right, which was that meant they'd have to meet all the qualifications
Yes.
in this legislation, but, okay.
But that person, the seller, would not be considered an applicant.
Correct.
Okay. There will likely be an additional amendment to clarify that point, so thank you.
All right. Ms. Baker?
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to, as we talk about qualified applicants and waiting lists, I just want to make sure we've been presented through the county executive's presentation about the 31,000 families on waiting lists. I want to make sure we're not conflating segments of our population. I believe the 31,000 on our waiting list are on our waiting list for housing choice vouchers, AKA Section 8. Is that correct?
Correct. It includes housing choice vouchers and also the public housing units and other the privately developed properties that the Housing Commission controls.
So those are applicants or qualified applicants at a different income level than this bill is addressing. Is that correct?
I don't know if the Housing Commission qualifies people by income, but when they get on the waiting list. But if they were to access those programs, then yes, they would tend to be making 60% of AMI
Right.
and below.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're talking about the right population for Bill 7823. Now, Bill 8323 does address 60 and below, so thanks.
All right. Any additional questions? All right, please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Radvian?
Aye.
And Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 9 has been adopted.
All right. Please read amendment number 10.
Amendment number 10. This amendment requires that a landlord who rents moderately priced dwelling units advertise and market the moderately priced dwelling units in the same manner as the landlord advertises and markets market rate units.
So this is identical in concept to amendment number 9, except it shouldn't have the flaw because the landlord will always be the landlord, whether or not they're the first landlord or the 10th landlord. So the idea is just that the marketing is consistent for the MPDUs as it is with market rate units. And I ask for support, motion to adopt amendment number 10.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the sponsor for bringing this forward. We support.
All right. Any additional comments? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Radvian?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 10 has been adopted.
Please read amendment number 11.
Amendment number 11. This amendment requires the moderately priced dwelling unit program administrator to report certain information to the county executive and county council every 3 years.
Ms. Hummer? I'm sorry, Ms. Pickard. I'm looking at a different bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In doing some of my housing policy research, I stumbled upon different jurisdictions across the country that have embedded into their housing policies this opportunity to take a look and see if the policy that was implemented is actually impactful, and did they get the sort of the ingredients right when they put it together. So this is asking for a triennial, every 3 years, looking back at some of the main impacts of the bill to see for this council and administration and those, to make sure this bill is doing what we need it to do. We know from the impact statement of the county executive as sponsor of the bill that, you know, the expectation to build or to craft for folks to bring on about 190 units a year. We just want to make sure that this is actually meeting that mark. And if not, what we can do to craft better housing policy. Motion to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Administration strongly supports this amendment. This is a good amendment. I think when we've brought this bill forward throughout the whole research through the work when we first came into office in 2019 and started working on legislation like this and looked at other jurisdictions, you see in other jurisdictions a constant effort of fine-tuning. This will help provide that data and help us fine-tune. We support.
Thank you. Ms. Hummer?
I love this amendment. If I could ask, please, to be a co-sponsor on it. We talk all the time about that legislation is living documents, and the way we can make sure that our legislation is doing what it's supposed to be doing is to evaluate it regularly, and this is a complex program that we really have high hopes for, and we need to be checking in on it periodically to make sure it's reaching the goals, and if not, how can we make it better? So I fully support this amendment.
All right, seeing no additional lights, please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Radvian?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 11 has been adopted.
All right, please read amendment number 12.
Amendment number 12. This amendment allows a regulated development that contains at least 10 single-family detached dwellings that are located in an RA, RLD, R1, R2, or R5 zoning district to pay a fee in lieu of providing moderately priced dwelling units, and reduces the fee in lieu for the moderately priced dwelling unit program from 3% to 1%.
Ms. Summer?
First, I want to begin by saying I heard everybody who is not a fan of this amendment. But I want to say in there, one of our main goals that we have is, in anything we do with housing, is to build home ownership and building generational wealth through home equity. However, we have certain zoning districts that building MPDUs that are comparable to moderate market rate units in size and amenities is significantly cost prohibitive, would be very hard to do. So rather than not be able to have any in those areas, I would like to do like we've done and what other jurisdictions in the state who have this program have done, which is create a fee in lieu option in limited cases. This will put us on par with all of the others. It will bring in funds. That fee in lieu will provide additional funds for our housing trust fund that can be used to assist residents with rent and also moving into homeownership. My hope is that future housing legislation that this council will consider will allow greater flexibility and creativity within our zoning districts, and that will result in more units that are affordable and attainable for our residents. And when that legislation is passed and allowing that, I hope we can revisit this fee in lieu exemptions to be able, but I think currently, the way our code and different things are written, that many of these zoning districts would not allow for MPDUs to be built. So rather than having nothing, I would like to have a fee in lieu and be working toward this in the future.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. First, I want to thank the sponsor for having the discussion with us before tonight. Administration appreciates the comment that the long-term goal is to include single-family detached in an MPDU program. We designed the bill to include them because we believe strongly that they need to be included. If this council is to accept an amendment on this subject, we would prefer this amendment over a later amendment for the very reason that you mentioned, Ms. Hummer, of a fee in lieu and it going to the Housing Trust Fund that can be deployed to build generational wealth and address our housing crisis. And you will find a partner, if the council adopts this amendment, in the county executive in working to address some of those barriers to including moderately priced dwelling units in single-family zones or detached zones.
Thank you. Am I able to blast from here, or if you want to bring it up, either one is fine. It's ready. My screen is ready. Yes, it is. Oh, it's blinking. Yep. All right, if you expand that. So I'm going to take a little prerogative here, and this will probably be about 10 minutes, because I think education and numbers and data I'm so passionate about. For the record, amendment number 15, I will be withdrawing when we get to that point. So for those that were concerned about amendment number 15, that's fine. Again, for me, the end goal is actually creating something that works. Housing. Can you go to the next slide? Right? And so part of the reason I wanted to put this on paper is to simplify it. I am a very basic guy, and I need things sort of brung down to a level that is simplistic. This bill and the principles that I've been living by to try to get this thing achieved is creating maximum opportunities for citizens. That, for me, number one, is why this piece of legislation is important. And I ultimately will be supporting the legislation, though I think with certainly this amendment that we're voting on kind of helps it. And I'll get to why I believe that's the case. Initially, with my amendment, I was actually going to remove the single-family detached
not single-family homes, single-family detached. So that still leaves room for other other residential ownership type opportunities in there, specifically because I wanted to address it in a separate bill that we can encapsulate and actually capture the problem with single-family detached, so that we can create more opportunities by including additional land use activities that would actually enhance it. That was the reason by removing it from here, not to not do single-family detached at all. So just to be clear, this was just for single-family detached. And one of those other principles was for this bill that I certainly wanted to see and get behind of is the establishment of the rental stock, which you will, obviously, that is not a concern with this. Ownership opportunities, I was on board with and continue to be on board with. Mandatory, that's another principal guideline that has moved me on this that I wanted to make sure was included, as well as starting the clock so that we don't have to wait another 20 years talking about someone who was here earlier. One of the speakers talked about if we had it in 2004, and I understand it. So for me, the goal was to start the clock. Whether that was 100% of what everybody wanted or 50% of what everybody wanted, the clock was started and MPDUs were going to be processed and developed here in the county. That is important, and I would encourage all of you in the audience who have sort of this grandeur view of it, that don't make perfect the enemy of good. Because when you do that, you actually wind up preventing legislation from occurring and or passing, because there are 7 members up here with completely different views on how this is going to be achieved, and it needs a majority vote to happen. And so for me, having that majority vote is important. And so what happens to make that pass is also important. So that was the concerns I had with the single-family detached, not the rental, not anything else. So just be aware of that as we move forward in this ownership discussion. So my emphasis was with this bill to start with the multi-dwelling focus for the start. Like that really is where you get your biggest bang for your buck. And so I wanted to encourage developers to sort of aim towards that specific activity when it comes to building these MPDUs in the future. Next slide. All right. Now, this bill is 2 parts. This bill covers 2 parts. There are 2 components to this bill. I'm a simple guy. There are the people that are being assessed in this process. That's who ACDS is actually recruiting and/or administering as they facilitate it. And then there's the product. The product is the houses and the MPDU stock that they're going to manage as well. So the moderately for the people side of the house, moderately priced dwelling units offered for sale. And again, this is just on ownership. We're not talking rental. We're talking completely ownership. So that's what these comments are based on, which is why initially I was like, hey, let's just remove single-family detached to a completely different conversation. Nonetheless, this amendment is here, and we'll discuss that. 100% of the median income adjusted for household size for HUD published income limits for the Baltimore MSA. So what does that mean? That means household incomes cannot exceed $82,000 household of 1 and $118,000 household of 4. That is a specific dollar amount. So if you make more than $82,000 a year, you will not qualify if you're a household of 1. If you make more than $118,000 household of 4, you will not qualify. Here's the sticker. When you go apply for the loan to get a house, that also is a contributing factor in whether or not you will qualify for the program. So if you make $30,000 a year, it's unlikely that you would potentially qualify for a loan that's in the ballpark of $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. If someone disagrees with me, please raise your hand. But mathematically, if you're in that lower range, this product is not servicing you. This product is meant to serve folks who are in that sort of median income, potentially 60K-ish. I mean, you could tell me if, like, what the floor is. I don't know if we know the floor specifically, because there are conditions that an individual user can have. Maybe they got an allotment of funds from their parents who's going to pay $200,000 on a house to bring it down, and so now they can close on a house even though they only make $30,000 a year. They would still qualify for the loan because they got $200,000 from their parents to bring the value of the house down, right? And so this particular bill is aimed at a specific target audience, ish around the 60 to 88 for a household of 1 in that ballpark. So that income matters. It really does. And as the vice chair mentioned, she probably has legislation as well that's going to cover and enhance that target audience. Part two, the housing stock, the types of houses. Single family detached, again, was what I was focused on removing potentially from this, but we'll go this path, so it's still the payment in lieu and you get the resource from it. Managed by ACDS to ensure availability of housing is priced. Now, ACDS may not exceed the price that a household earning, they get to set 80% of the median income for a household of four, which is $94,000 if you look at the stats. So if you're making a household income of $94,000, if you go and get a loan, if we're using there's a rule, the 30% rule, and I'll talk about that in the next slide, you're using that as a sort of general rule of thumb. That 30% rule says that you shouldn't use more than 30% of your income on housing. The crazy part is just about everybody in here is probably using way more than 30% on housing. But I'm sticking to the facts. The fact is, if you're at $94,000 for a household income, that $328K, that's probably in a ballpark of a house that your household income at the max would be probably trying to purchase. That's a fair assessment, and I can show you the data where this comes from. So the products that we should be trying to procure and or create with this bill by encouraging the community, by encouraging the development community, is products, housing products that are in the range of $225,000 to $375,000 to purchase, because that's the household income dollar amounts that individuals have to qualify for to get in the program. So the housing stock that they should be procuring is in my estimates, in that ballpark. So that's the problem set that we're trying to figure, that at least for me, that I'm trying to figure out. So how do I create more housing opportunities in that 225 to 375K range of housing that will give us ample opportunities to actually create a pathway for citizens to actually have ownership. We're not talking about rentals. We're not talking about condos if they exist or any other thing. So that's key for me. I'm being real with you. I don't want us. You know what I hate about politics is we will sit up here and politicians will say the grandiose thing to make you all happy, and it means nothing if the math doesn't work. It just means nothing. And so I am coming to you because I genuinely did my homework on this, and this works. This can work. Next slide. Let's talk about the people. The people side of this, so anyone that is in that ballpark, again, that 82K is the roof. So if you make over 82K as a single household income, you do not qualify. If you make over 118,000 per year as a household of four, you do not qualify. Period. So I wanted to say, well, what is the reality of that? And so if you're in that ballpark of that 82K for a single family, for a single individual in a household, 82K, you're probably after taxes bringing home somewhere around $4,900 a month for your household income. That's what you're bringing around. Average rental for houses is in excess of $2,000 just for rent places here in the county, and that's for like probably one or two. Someone said here the condo was like one bedroom and it was $2,000. The two family was, or the two bedroom was $5,000. But literally, this is the math for that particular household income. Now, if you make somewhere around $60,000, that obviously that take home is less. Right? So this is the ballpark that we're sort of trying to figure out how do we create housing stock for that. Best practices. I'll talk about that rule, that 30% rule. So if you make $82,000 a year, you shouldn't be spending more than $2,000 on your household, your housing. But I would venture to say that 90% of people are probably paying more than $2,000 on housing if they make if their household income is 82K, just because of the way the stock is here in this county. If you make $118,000, you shouldn't be paying more than $2,900 per month on housing. So that's just a general rule of thumb. So the products that we create should focus on the area that of the population that we're trying to serve. So that's key number one. So when you look at that chart to the right, that is 100% in the red. You'll see the right there. Oh, this laser, what is right there? You see it in the red block. So a family size of one, this isn't my math. This is Baltimore BSMA, and I validated it with the administration as well, just to make sure this isn't me speaking. This is their data. And so the max that these people should be able to earn is in that red box right there. Now, obviously, there is a median to qualify for those loans, for those houses that you need to earn as well. You still got to qualify for that. But I wanted to paint the picture on the population that this bill is servicing, who it's aimed at, and it really is aimed at individual, the one household income of that 82K, probably 60 to 80K in that ballpark-ish. Generally, there are exceptions for folks who make less than that, who have a unique circumstances where they may have funding and financial assistance to do that. But generally speaking, you're probably talking about people in that 60 to 82K range, 9 times out of 10. All right, next slide. Oh, now we talked about the people. So let's talk about the inventory, the actual housing, right? The average cost to build in Anne Arundel County costs about $200, for residential, costs about $200 per square foot. You can look at the data right there on the bottom. There's those little links there that can take you exactly to where I pulled all this data from. Roughly, that's cost. So if you are a developer, you are building houses at roughly $200 a square. If I built one house, it's probably going to be in a ballpark of for residential, $200 a square foot, depending on obviously the different amenities and things like that in the house. That's what you're going to spend. So if you are building a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house at $200 a square foot, that's 2,000 square feet, the cost to build that one house or that one unit is about $400,000, period. Impact fees, permits, things like that, everything that goes into that house, that's exactly what they're going to be that's exactly what they're going to cost to build that house. Now, where you get savings as a developer is economy of scale. When you start building multiple of the things, you get it less because you buy it in bulk, and so it costs less. So you could potentially get that $200 a square foot, probably down to $175, $150 in real dollars. So it's cheaper. The reason I'm bringing this up is because we know what they are potentially going to spend on the house. The county exec said before that he doesn't want developers to not lose money. He just wants their profits to be smaller. Not my words, his words. He just wants them to be smaller. So if in this instance, what is the product that allows them, the developers, to build something en masse without losing a profit, but expands the opportunity to do that? And that's why I zeroed in on multi-dwelling units, townhomes. I live in a townhome that I paid $500,000 for. I hate that I have to pay $500,000 for it, but it's a fact. But with townhomes, specifically, you have the ability as a builder to do economy of scale. So you can build multiple units and still get the same effect. And I'm just using it as one example, one product that can be built at scale en masse that allows both a win for the consumer, us, as well as developer, where they don't lose as much money. We're not saying they're going to that they aren't going to lose money, because with this they are, which is fine. We just, as the city states, just wants their profits smaller. So, which is why density is so important. So you're going to see us talking about density in the conversations, not just with this bill, but with land use legislation that we have coming forward, with the regional teams, so on and so forth, because that is how you get value. And when I get to the end, you'll see exactly where the problem is and why, at least with this bill, the goal was to focus on the multi-dwelling dwelling units or townhomes, where you can get that economy of scale. And currently, the average home in Anne Arundel County is probably selling right at $500,000. That is not my data. That's the online data here in Anne Arundel. You can look all of this up. It is very factual, and it is of this year, 2023. The reason I was going to move single-family detached from it to do it in a separate bill is because I can apply land use policies, indoor access to that bill to expand it so that we have more opportunities. And you'll see why here in a second. Of the 180 housing developments that were approved-ish since 2018, not my data, the administration's data, it was in their chart that they provided to us here a few weeks ago, roughly 180. If you add up the actual projects that they had on the one slide, it's roughly about 180 in that ballpark. Were designated, about 25 of those were designated as single-family development. That math is important. So the profit on townhomes, if the developer were building a townhome, their hard cost If they were building one townhome, depending on the size, and that's probably a conversation we should have as well, should we build smaller housing units? Maybe 1,500 for a family. If we're looking at families specifically, you typically want 3 bedrooms, 2 bath. That's generally a good rule of thumb, I think. I could be wrong, but that sounds like something that we would want for families at a minimum to have. And if you're in that ballpark, maybe 1,500 is the right number. I don't know. But on average, it's been around 2,000 square feet is the products that we have been building in Anne Arundel County for the last 10 years, 2,000 square feet. You can look at that data, and it'll show you that the average house that we have built, combined, single families, townhomes, whatever, is right around 2,000 square feet. 2,000 square feet to build, one unit is about $400,000. If you do multiple units, you can get it down to about $350,000, maybe even $300,000, depending on the types of commodities or assets within the unit itself. That's important to know. So you should know what the developer is spending hard costs on a unit, because we want those units to sell or to be priced between $225,000 and $375,000-ish in my mind. And now ACDS will have to do the homework because they're the ones that are going to tell the developers for the MPDUs on the ownership one specifically that you can only price it at 80% of the area median income for a family of 4, which is $94,000, which equates, if you're doing the general rule of thumb, you should probably have a house in a ballpark of $300,000-ish time or window. And so they're going to have to do that homework. So if you're building a townhouse with economy of scale at let's say 300, we can get them to build it at 300. If they were building 10 townhomes, I know 10 isn't included in it, if it's 10 or less, let's just use 10 because it's simple math, and they had to do 2 MPDUs, well, that's $600,000 that they would earn from those 2 MPDUs, 300 if they were selling it for 300 each. But in reality, if they sell those 2 MPDUs in the market, they could probably get $500,000 or $600,000 for that same MPDU. The reason single-family detached is a little bit more complicated. One, you have less land that's available, but 2, most single-family detached homes are in excess of 2,500 square feet. So 2,500 square feet at $200 a square feet is probably somewhere around $500,000 to build that same one product. Economy of scale, you could probably get it down to 400. So they're going to lose money because she's going to price it in that 300 ballpark. So their profit on the bill is going to be less. So it's not like they're not earning a profit. They're going to sacrifice in this. But we too will add some incentives, at least with other bills or amendments that come down, potentially permit fees and things like that help reduce that cost, so we can get it in that sweet spot, so that someone who is earning a 80% area median income, a family of 4, $94,000, would be able to qualify for that loan to actually be placed in a house. So that's number one. Next slide. Let's talk about townhomes, which is why I was focused on at a minimum townhomes, but obviously there are other ownership type of products that we can invest in, or that the county can invest in. How townhomes will yield somewhere between 12 and 18 houses per acre. So if we get 1 acre, we can get somewhere between 12 and 18 units in that acre, or 12 to 18 units within that 1 acre. A single family is somewhere around 5 to 7, depending on size, at best. You're going to get between 5 to 7 units on the single family house. The problem is now, because those cost more, $500K, so the risk on the developer, which is fine because they're still going to lose their profit. They're not going to lose money on it because they're going to sell it for more than what they built it for. They just want to gain the big profit. But in order to give single family detached the lifeblood that it needs to thrive, I initially wanted to do this in a separate piece of legislation to actually attach it to land that we can say, this is where we want to build as Anne Arundel County, and where we should stake a claim in the land to say that we're making a concerted effort to do even single family detached for the community. Nonetheless, that's fine. This amendment, it is what it is. With economy of scale, you can now create units, 300K or even less, to ensure that we create the opportunity. If you don't have an opportunity, it doesn't mean anything. If the bill fell, it doesn't mean anything. And so, in my mind, giving 12 to 18 units so that we can provide those ownership opportunities for homeowners is a good thing. And maximizing that and encouraging developers to actually go down that path, not just townhome, there are other types of dwelling sort of packages that could also be developed as well, that still keeps within that 12 to 18 units per acre. Because at the end of the day, this comes down to math. Math is where on our map, and you're going to see this in a few minutes, can we build? Because I wanted you all to see that because it is the truth. That is the harder problem. Single family, they're higher cost unless building large developments. Next slide. So why I wanted to focus on the economy of scale. So typical house, townhome, 1,800 square feet. For single family, it's greater than, it's about 2,500 square feet. So that equates to about 360,000 to build, up to 500,000 for the single family detached to build. And with mass producing efforts, developers can reasonably get costs down without making a profit to meeting the county's 80% BSMA. So developers will still earn, but opportunities are expanded so that we can actually get more opportunities in the hands of those folks who qualify in those lower ranges, 60 to 80 in that ballpark. Because if you fall below, if you go into that 60% of 80 area median income, you may not even qualify for the loan to even get a house to get one of these MPDUs. That's a separate bill that she's trying to bring on in the next legislation. So this bill is not the end all. So I know some of you all get disappointed because one bill doesn't have everything, but our intent is not to put every piece of bologna or sausage on the sandwich. The goal is actually to create a meal that feeds everybody. And so, next slide. All right, I wanted to show you this map because this map is the real problem. This map is our current zoning and land use availability in Anne Arundel County. So if you look at those zoning codes, open space, R1, RA, RLD, most of our county, 90% of our county is low density. I'm not saying we should change it to high density. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is we have to have a conversation on where these parcels will be developed, which is why I wanted to tie single family detached to actual parcels that we can develop here in Anne Arundel County. So a single family types of housing on an acre, someone had suggested that, I said the 5 to 7 that could be built. In theory, with tiny homes, you can probably get up to 10, which we don't have legislation that addresses tiny homes. So it's unrealistic that you can fit 10 single-family detached homes on an acre. The key is, if you look at Draw 50, I don't know where on this map, I can't see it on my eyes here, but if you look at Route 50 and across, maybe some of that Millersville, but 90% of this county, you can't even build, you can't achieve mass. You can't achieve economy of scale because the land is already developed. Most of North County, District 1, District 2, District 5, quite frankly, it's already developed. So if you're looking at the single family detached, you need more land to do those. So you reduce the amount of land that's available for the 12 to 18 the townhomes to actually give more opportunity, which was the intent behind my amendment number 15, and it's fine. We're fine. So look at the zoning uses. If open space, no houses permitted. RA, 1 house per 20 acre. RLD, 1 house per 5 acres. R1, 1 house per acre. R2, 2 houses per acre. 90% of the damn county is low density. So how are we going to build opportunities for folks if we don't have an honest conversation with ourselves and say exactly where we want to build it at? That's why I was focused on the multi-dense type of residential units so that we can provide those more opportunities for folks to purchase and or rent so they have a place to stay. That's what I wanted to do. Next slide. Oh, where is it at? Maybe hopefully I didn't pass it. Where is... I think that's it. So, in summary, this is, please don't be emotional on this subject. I get it. I'm in the same boat. I've said before, I was homeless at 17 years old when I went to high school, my senior year in high school, and my mom was kicked out of her house. We did not have a home. So I, for one, sure as hell want to make sure every citizen in Anne Arundel County has a home to live in. and opportunities, whether that's rental opportunities or housing opportunities. But the key is being strategic so that we can accomplish it in a way that's effective and not just have pretty words on a paper that does absolutely nothing. And so the reason I thought it was important to walk you through that, because that is reality. That is the truth of how we're going to make this thing happen. And so we'll have the fee in lieu, and that's fine because it will feed resources into ACDS in the Housing Trust Fund to help for folks who qualify. Maybe they want to get assistance with getting down payment for those houses. The trust fund is going to do that. So this will help that. But this isn't the last bill. There are other bills that are going to come after this that speak to that expanded, specifically the land use piece, so we can open up opportunities that give folks the opportunity to either own a house or certainly to rent in this county that they work and they live in. So I will leave it at that, but I will be supporting this amendment. I will be withdrawing my amendment number 15, but you will see subsequent legislation that tackles single-family detached and ties it to land so that we know exactly where we're going to be building at, so family has that housing stock as an option as well. But in the meantime, let's capitalize on starting the clock and get these multi-unit dwelling components up and running. And that's, it's not in there. I must have took it out, but that's fine. But I'm excited about this opportunity, and I just wanted to share that with you all because the data does matter. So, Ms. Hummer.
I'm done. I'm done. I gave my explanation, and I ask everyone to support this bill, support this amendment.
Is any comments from the?
Well, I mean, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we looked at a lot of that data when we were developing the bill. I will say on the point that you're raising about the availability of land for putting houses, there's something very important there. But what the reason the county executive brought this bill forward when he brought it forward is because you set the rules before you make big changes like that. So if we're gonna do changes as we look at some of those other policies, it is important to ensure that affordability and moderately priced dwelling units are incorporated into any future development. So with that, I think we've also spoken on Ms. Hummer's amendment. So appreciate the PowerPoint. I am thinking your powers of graphic design are starting to rival mine.
All right. Well, Mr. Volke.
They might be better. Who knows? No, I just want to make sure I understand the amendment. So this amendment would remove any single-family detached dwelling housing development of more than 10 units in these particular zoning districts from a requirement to have moderately priced dwelling units, but would allow a fee in lieu instead. Am I understanding that correctly or incorrectly, Ms. Hummer?
That is correct. It gives the option, so they can choose to do the MPDU or they can pay the fee in lieu instead.
Can I ask a quick follow-up? And the fee in lieu is the old fee in lieu before the last meeting when we amended and said the fee in lieu had to be 3%. Takes it back to 1%.
Correct. The fee in lieu is 1%.
Got it.
Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I know this bill is complicated, but to Mr. Chairman's point, I would ask those that are especially, staying here beyond a reasonable hour to listen to this debate to stay engaged, because one piece of legislation cannot serve all the needs that have been brought forward through public testimony. This is one housing bill, and I would ask that as we go through this, there's a bill 8323, there's going to be 3 region plans coming that should also address affordable housing and land use and where we can build housing. But most importantly, everyone in this room and those that care about affordability and affordable housing should be asking the county executive, okay, what's next? Because this bill is only a very small piece of the puzzle. And I know we have gotten a lot of fantastic emotional testimony, and I am very passionate about this topic, but we have to set the table, and we haven't had a lot of opportunity to do that. this is only going to do this much in this affordable housing space. So don't be disappointed with the way this bill gets manipulated, and let's use our passion and our advocacy to make sure that future legislation tackles the harder issues at hand. This is actually, it's complicated, but we have a lot more work to do after this bill, after we get through this bill. A lot of work, and I hope the chambers remain filled as we work on impactful housing legislation. It's going to be hard, so stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to support this amendment. It's not perfect. I would love for us to be still talking about R5, which is the highest density where you usually see single-family homes. I would like to be, I wish that this conversation were about, or this amendment included R5 as part of a mandatory MPDU program. But I do respect the reasoning of my colleagues, and I want to get a bill passed. And if this gets us to a huge, if this makes a huge step forward, I'm not gonna let perfect be the enemy of good. And I'm gonna trust my colleagues to hold to their word that we are gonna work on the zones that are more likely to, that ordinarily hold single-family detached homes, that we are going to figure out a way to work with those zones to continue to create affordable housing in those zones. So I am going to vote for this amendment, even though it's not my perfect amendment, but sometimes, you compromise to get something done, to get something accomplished.
All right, please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Nay.
Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
4 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. Amendment number 12 has been adopted.
All right. Please read amendment number 13.
Amendment number 13, this amendment allows modification of certain bulk regulations in lieu of a variance if the bulk regulations prevent the applicant from achieving the density bonus provided for in the ordinance or the maximum allowable density for the underlying zoning district.
Ms. Hummer?
Yes, you've heard us mentioned many times up here that one of the things that we've got to tackle is our inventory. It's not just houses, it's how many houses can we build, and that falls right into density. And so the more houses we can build, so we need to look at everything. We've talked about this. We need to look at everything in our code to find ways to maximize what we can build in order to increase that. And so this amendment does this, and I greatly appreciate the administration. We worked closely in collaboration with this of how we could create some further density for our MPDU projects. And so this bill allows for some modification of some of our bulk regulations in order to increase our density for these projects and thus increase more housing in general and more MPDUs. So I ask for my colleagues' support.
Motion.
Motion to adopt?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second, Allison Pickard.
All right, Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Ms. Hummer and Ms. Pickard for bringing this forward. The administration did engage in conversations on this. Density is a part of ways to make this work. We went back and forth on the right way to do this. This will allow a developer to adjust their lot lines, their setback, their lot coverage, or their building height. It does not apply in the critical area. It does not circumvent forest conservation or stormwater or any of those other critical controls. So this just allows, as you are designing the neighborhood, to squeeze a line here and there to be able to squeeze in a few more units. So with that, we appreciate the work that went into this, and the administration is comfortable with this amendment.
All right. Madam Vice Chair,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to speak to this. As we're all looking to tackle this housing crisis, we do have to look to the parts of our code that create the barriers to actually not just reaching the incentive of the bonus density, but we don't even typically reach, on average, your maximum allowable density. So we have to start tackling those barriers in the code so that when we have developers building homes, that's who build homes, on land, we are making sure that that land is being used to the highest and best use and most effective and efficient. This is just goes a little ways. I'm still concerned about the opportunity to reach that bonus density, which is, we've seen to be necessary to make these projects pencil out. But I hope I can convince my colleagues to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So currently, if you wanted to modify any of the bulk regs, you would need to go through a variance that would be heard by the administrative hearing officer. This is going to take the authority away from the administrative hearing officer and give it to the Office of Planning and Zoning. Is that right?
If that's directed to me, maybe Office of Law can confirm. That is correct.
Okay.
All right. Seeing no additional lights, please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volke?
Nay.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
And Mr. Smith?
Aye.
4 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. Amendment number 13 has been adopted.
Please read amendment number 14.
Amendment number 14. This amendment removes the requirement that at least one individual in an eligible household be a resident of the county or employed in the county for at least 12 months prior to filing the application to purchase or rent a moderately priced dwelling unit.
Ms. Hummer?
Yes, we have heard from a number of people over the past couple of meetings from the public about this amendment, and I heard you all. We want to attract workers and residents to Anne Arundel County. We want people to come work here, and if we require them if we want people to come live here, but we're going to say you have to come and pay the higher rent that you can't afford to live here for 12 months before you can possibly qualify for this, that's not really attracting people to come. So this removes it. They will not be given any preferential treatment. They can apply and be added to the list like everyone else, but I think this is an opportunity that opens up to more of our people, because as we heard, when you get into a debate about who are essential workers, I tend to think everybody who's doing honest work is an essential worker for our economy and for their lives and what we're doing. And so we shouldn't close it off to just certain categories, but to everyone that wants to come and live and work here in Anne Arundel County. So I ask for my colleagues' support. And
Moved to that.
Moved.
Moved to that. Okay, second.
Rodvian, second.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the amendment. The provision that was included here in the bill was intended to capture sort of very important group of folks. As soon as we put it out there, it became clear that we missed another important group. And so I think this is the better part of valor here is to instead of trying to get a limited group, stick to the income qualifications, right? You're still going to have to be qualified. ACDS is still going to have to do the work to qualify people. That is the right way to do it. We support this amendment.
Thanks. Seeing no additional lights.
Oh, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Just want to make sure I understand this. So someone could live outside of the county, work outside of the county, qualify by income level, get approved, move in, and continue to work outside of the county. Just want to make sure I understand. Is that what this amendment does?
Correct. There's no work requirement
just
for
wanted-
Anne Arundel County.
Okay, thank you.
Call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Nay.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
And Mr. Smith?
Aye.
4 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. Amendment number 14 has been adopted.
Please withdraw amendment number 15.
Thank you.
Please read amendment number 16.
Amendment number 16. This amendment provides that the provision of this ordinance, that the provisions of this ordinance do not apply to development that applied for a sketch plan approval, preliminary plan approval, final plan approval, or approval of a building permit on or before the date that the ordinance is passed by the county council.
All right. No, this bill or this amendment was in reference to, one, closing the open period for when developers could actually submit this, but also recognizing projects that are already in the pipeline that have gone through the process, so that we start, whenever we pass this, every project that's submitted after the fact will be a contingent of these provisions when they're passed. That is fair. We have people who apply for permits to build their porch or whatever. And, it would be akin to that type of activity. So in my mind, just from a fairness doctrine, let's start the clock with the ban the bag. What was your bill name that you...
Plastic bag reduction.
Was that the title of the Plastic Ban Reduction Act? It starts on a specific... Right, but you came up with the name. That starts January 1st, actually, even though we passed it a few months ago. But the goal was to give the institution the ability to prepare for it. And so in that same sort of context, those who have already submitted application and not, I just thought it was fair to start the clock, but not move it out so far where they could rush in all these different applications to avoid this provision. But at the same time, respect the folks that have already put theirs in so that they don't have to go back and reevaluate the numbers. That's just a fairness policy that I live by, and that's why I introduced the resolution. So a motion to adopt.
Rodvian, second.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this. There's been a lot of discussion about the right starting point, and the administration, when we introduced the bill, picked a date of July of 2024 intentionally. We wanted to start on the fiscal year to allow the mechanics of government, ACDS, all the planning work that would need to go in to get those ready, and also to provide certainty to the industry, because they're going to be coming to Ms. Karpowitz's door and saying, where are my design guidelines? Where are the rules that I'm going to need to follow as I'm planning out my project? So we went back and forth and back and forth. I think that if there's also an Amendment 17 that talks about a similar thing, I think if we had to pick, we would prefer 17 over 16, but that doesn't mean that we don't really appreciate the effort here.
Yeah.
And I think that it's a tough balance, because you do have to draw the line somewhere, and when you draw it, you're always going to have a few things on the wrong side of the line, right? We are, this is, I've heard this bill described as a small step forward. Tonight, it is a piece of the tackling the affordable and our housing crisis. I wouldn't call this bill small. The work that's going to go in and the impact on the industry is quite large. And so, I'll just leave it at that. I mean, this is a good amendment. It's a good attempt at it. If we had to choose, we pick 16 over 17.
That's fair.
Sorry, 17 over 16.
Chance is like, no, 17, something.
And I understand it. I think where, for me, it was more important because every developer that is building in Anne Arundel County, they 100% know what's going on right now. Like, none of them are clueless as to what we're going through. And so if in my mind, if they see the December 1st or whenever this bill, whenever it passes, as the date of when submissions can't be accepted or won't be accepted past that, for grandfathering specifically, they will know to give grace, I think, to ACDS as they're rolling out the procedures and the policies, in my mind, to facilitate that. It's like a baker dozen over here, but I'm still going to look at putting a hard date at the pass that's closer to our end, and I still think it helps the developers be more specific, but it addresses our desire to not have them rushing plans in to try to meet that deadline.
And I think, sorry, Mr. Chair, I believe that's a fair concern. I think if you look in Amendment 17, there is still a hard date. And I think when the administration picked that date in the original bill of July 1st, it was deliberate to try to give the time. I appreciate your faith that they would give us that grace. I think if I was in the middle of a big project and doing it, I would prefer to have the guidance before I make those engineering and site plan investments and all of that. But like I said, I think it's a fair attempt, sir.
Mr. Volke?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not saying this from like some egalitarian place, so let's be clear about that. I don't like this bill. Everybody knows I don't like this bill. It's not a big secret. But I am going to make this point because I think it bears being made. There are a bunch of developers in this county. You're right. They all know what's going on. This bill goes into effect the way it's intended to go into effect. It's a big problem for them. It's very expensive. They're going to pay a lot of money in terms of fee and lieu. They're going to have to add in MPDU requirements to what they're doing. You pass 16 or you pass 17, you're giving them all a big pass. That's what's happening. So I just want to call out what's the practical effect of these amendments, because that's what's happening. Now, I don't like this bill from jump, and I don't think anybody has any question about where I'm going to end up landing on voting on this. But I also don't want to sit here and sort of have everybody in the public go, well, this is interesting. What does this really mean? This is kind of confusing. What it means is developers who are in the pipeline right now, who are currently not under these rules, if this bill passes, they're going to be under the rules. It's going to be expensive. They're going to have a lot of changes. They don't want that. That's why they're pushing for these amendments. So I'm just going to make that clear.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. Obviously, I have an amendment coming behind this one regarding applicability. And I think it's important to note this is a big change which will have a great effect on the individuals and businesses that build housing. I think it's interesting to note as you do your research around jurisdictions who have created MPDU programs, the starting in July 1, I think it's what we can get I think we can find some consensus to move to having this bill go into effect on July 1st. But I mean, there's jurisdictions like Washington, D.C., when they passed their MPDU program, they spent 3 years. It didn't go into effect for 3 years because they worked together with the industry to make sure that all the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed, and then they were prepared. They were prepared for such a leap. I don't like the start date of December 4th, 5th, January 1. I think it's too soon for not just the development community, but also for the administration of ACDS. We have staffing coming in the budget. I think July 1 is as soon as I think this bill should go into effect. I'd actually like it to go into effect a little later, but anyways, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Madam? Ms. Varabia?
I'm sorry, yes? Oh, no. I didn't.
Okay. Ms. Hummer?
So I just want to share, I have wrestled with this one and gone back and forth, And it comes down to me, it's not from anything I'm hearing from builders or developers. It's having talked with ACDS and others about how this is a significant program that they are starting up and going to have, and they have asked for more time to be prepared to get the staffing in place and the guidelines in place that they need to have. So, as I said, I have gone back and forth on this, but I am going to vote for the next amendment for later, just as having listened to the folks that are actually going to be administering this project and what they have asked for to make sure that it can be done well.
Thank you. I really prefer Amendment 16. If I could put a start date on this bill, it would probably be in the 1980s. But realizing that that's not practical or possible, I guess. You know, we haven't figured out time travel just yet. I'm optimistic. But I also really respect the work that ACDS does, and I don't want them to be, I want them to be able to do the job, the good job that they always do. So I think I'm very torn here, but I think I'm going to end up supporting amendment number 17, even though in spirit I agree with this one. I wanted this 20 years ago, 40 years ago.
All right, call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Nay.
Mr. Volkey?
Nay.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
I can do math.
Was that her spirit vote? She was there in spirit. Hey, well, I'm going to go down with the Titanic as well, so aye. All right, please read amendment number 17.
Oh, just one moment.
I'm sorry.
I actually need to do my math. So that is 2 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative. Amendment number 16 has been defeated.
2 motivated affirmatives, just FYI. Please read amendment number 17.
Amendment number 17. This amendment provides that certain applications and permits filed before July 1st, 2024 are governed by the law as it existed prior to July 1st, 2024.
All right, Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've had a substantial conversation about this already. Motion to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Barron.
Echo the sponsor's comments and ditto to my earlier comments.
All right, Mr. Volkey.
I guess it's a point of information. How does this amendment differ from Amendment 4? It doesn't? So are we allowed to vote an amendment a second time if you bring an amendment back again? There's no issue with just continually voting the same amendment.
In 2012, I was appointed to the council, and there was 108 votes for my
It was
bill.
107. It was
107. So we can definitely perpetually vote on a bill.
Mr. Chair.
Please.
I'm just going to ask, in the chance that you were able to identify some numbers, the same question I asked on this amendment last time. Do we have any idea, if this amendment passes, how many units will not come to fruition because of the grandfathering?
No, I think the answer remains the same. We do not have a crystal ball.
That's fair. Thank you.
Mr. Volkey.
One more point of information. So this is exactly the same amendment that at the last meeting, Amendment 4, we voted on, that was defeated. 3 votes in the affirmative, 4 votes in the negative. Is that right?
With different dates.
Sure, I got that. I got that part.
It has different line numbers, so it's technically not exact.
It has what?
There's different line numbers.
Oh, my.
Please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Nay.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
4 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. Amendment number 17 has been adopted.
All right, bill number 7823 will be heard again on December 4th, 2023. Please read the title of bill number 7923.
Bill number 7923, an ordinance concerning purchasing disposition of county-owned real property.
While everyone leaves. Hannah Dyer, Deputy CAO.
Please, shh, we're still in session, so please keep voices down. Ms. Dyer?
Okay, so we discussed this bill at work session last week, and this bill proposes changes to the surplus and disposition process for county property. And our goals are twofold with this. First, we want to create a clearer process, and then we also want to streamline the process and find efficiencies. So I think, given the time, I'll just introduce my panel at the table with me, Marnie Watson from the Office of Real Estate and Lori Blair-Klossmeyer from the Office of Law. We also shared with you last week the flow chart that was in the work session packet that highlighted the current process, the proposed process, and the major changes, and we can answer any additional questions that you all may have at this point. We also have one technical amendment at the appropriate time.
All right, seeing no additional lights, we will now open the public hearing on bill number 7923. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive anything ahead of time, Mr. Chair.
20. All right, and I don't see anyone that signed up in advance. Anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on 7923? Seeing no movement, public hearing on 7923 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 7923.
Bill number 7923, an ordinance concerning purchasing, disposition of county-owned real property.
Let's see, there is an amendment. Please read, oh, it's not coming up. The technical amendment, can't recall the number.
Yes, amendment number one.
One.
Oops, I'm sorry. You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Amendment number one. This technical amendment corrects a reference to code in a newly renumbered section.
All right, Ms. Dyer.
So this is just a technical amendment to correct a reference, and so we ask that you adopt it.
All right, is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any additional comments on this amendment? All right, please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
That is 6 in the affirmative, 1 absent. Amendment number 1 has been adopted.
All right, seeing there was a technical amendment, Madam Secretary, please read the title again of bill number 7923.
Bill number 7923, an ordinance concerning purchasing, disposition of county-owned real property.
All right, any final discussions? All right, seeing no lights, please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 absent. Bill number 7929 has been passed.
Please read the title of bill number 8023.
Bill number 8023, an ordinance concerning Anne Arundel County 10-year solid waste management plan 2024 to 2033.
All right, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ethan Hunt for the administration. With me at the table is Rhodey Holdhouse from the Department of Public Works and Lori Blair-Klossmeyer from the Office of Law. This bill was discussed at the work session. State law requires a solid waste management plan be updated every 10 years and reviewed every 3 years. Bill 8023 repeals the 2013 plan and adopts the county's 10-year solid waste management plan to cover the periods from 2024 through 2033. There are 2 administration amendments that we'll discuss at the appropriate time, and now I'd like to just turn it over to Rhodey for some brief comments.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the County Council. My name is Rhodey Holdhouse, and I'm the Deputy Director of Public Works for the Bureau of Waste Management Services. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on Bill 80-23. My remarks this evening will be very brief. We had a good session last week at the work session. I wanted to thank the council members for their thoughtful questions and for visiting us in October and November. We are glad to see some of the council members and have the opportunity to show them some of our operations firsthand. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Just
I think Ms. Fiedler was first.
I don't have any questions, but for anyone who follows me on social media, I was so excited about the composting process and what happens to your leaves when they are picked up by the county curbside. You can actually feel the heat from the composting process. I think you probably picked up on my excitement, and I just want to say thank you, and more field trips out there to see it firsthand for the kids.
Everyone is always welcome.
All right. Thank you.
It was pretty motivating. Oh.
I don't have a question either, but I really just wanted to say thank you. And after our conversation at the work session, it really made me appreciate how you literally take whatever comes your way and you figure out what to do with it. So thank you for figuring things out that nobody else likes to think about on a regular basis. Although I will say, when I went there in 2019, it was definitely one of the coolest county field trips I've been on to.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Any additional comments? Seeing no lights, we'll now open the public hearing on Bill 8023. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through online testimonial tool?
We did not, Mr. Chair.
All right. And no one signed up. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on 8023? Seeing no movements. She was motivated by this composting, I'm just saying. The public hearing on Bill 8023 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 8023.
Bill number 8023, an ordinance concerning Anne Arundel County 10-year solid waste management plan 2024-2033.
Any final discussion? Seeing no light, please call the roll.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, no, on 80? Oh, yeah, there is. I'm sorry. Please read amendment number 1.
Amendment number 1, this technical amendment corrects an erroneous reference to the location of Highland Beach on the incorporated municipalities map and corrects outdated boundary lines of certain districts that were adjusted in 2022 on the council districts map.
Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the council administrator said, this is a technical amendment. We wanted to have the correct map lines for your districts in the plan.
Okay, is there a motion to adopt? Second.
Second.
All right, any additional comments? Madam Vice Chair, did you want to speak on this one? Ms. Pickard?
Apology.
Oh, okay. All right, please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter? Aye. Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Radvian?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 1 has been adopted.
Seeing that it was a technical amendment, please, is there any additional comments on bill number 8023?
There's a second amendment.
Jesus Christ, my thing is, okay. This 8023 has just got me tonight. Oh, man. That's probably what it is. Please read amendment number 2.
Amendment number 2, this amendment provides that the bill is effective 45 days after the date it becomes law or upon approval of the Maryland Department of the Environment with certain conditions.
Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This just adds the enacting provision, makes it more consistent with other legislation when it has that's adopting a plan.
Sure. All right. Is there a motion to adopt?
No.
Motion to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second, Radvian.
Now, Mr. Volkey.
Do we really need this amendment? You're going to make Mr. Holdhouse have to come back here again for another meeting for this amendment? It's not technical. It's
Right,
not a technical amendment. He's going to have to come back for a whole other meeting. Do you need this amendment?
I don't necessarily think you need it, but I mean, if you guys think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Trying.
Maybe we can bump him up to the front
Yeah.
of the agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Please.
I'll provide longer comments about the composting at the next meeting.
Deal. All right. Well, please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Reluctantly, aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Radvian?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 2 has been adopted.
Bill 8023 will be heard again on December 4th.
And we can bump it up to the beginning of the agenda.
Please read.
Can we excuse Mr. Holdhouse from having to come back? Like, we don't need him, right?
I don't
There's
think we need you.
questions.
But That's the admin's role to
All right.
direct their employees.
Thank you. Right, I don't want to charge violation. All right, fair.
Please read amendment number, bill number 8123.
Bill number 8123, an ordinance concerning current expense budget, supplementary appropriations, grant special revenue fund, opioid abatement special revenue fund.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a good team here with me. I got our DCAO, Ms. Hannah Dyer, Stephen Teru, our budget deputy, where are you? Assistant, I knew it was. Sandy O'Neill and Grace Tidings from Health, and Ms. Lori Blair Klassmeyer from the Office of Law. So we discussed this at the work session. This legislation is to make supplementary appropriations from the unanticipated grant fund and other revenue. It also includes new grant revenue and additional opioid abatement fund revenue, neither of which was included in the FY24 approved budget. We are deploying some of that opioid money for the Recovery Residence Sprinkler Program. There is an amendment coming your way. Happy to answer any questions, and our folks are here, and I'm sure if we get through this, we would love to see this one moved up
As well.
next time as well.
Yes. Seeing no lights, we'll now open the public hearing on 8123. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not, Mr. Chair.
I don't see anyone that signed up in advance. Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on 8123? All right, seeing no movement, public hearing on 8123 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 8123.
Bill number 8123, an ordinance concerning current expense budget, supplementary appropriations, grant special revenue fund, opioid abatement special revenue fund.
Please read amendment number 1.
Amendment number 1. This amendment adds additional supplementary appropriations to the grant special revenue fund for the Chief Administrative Office, Department of Aging and Disabilities, Health Department, County Executive, and Office of Central Services to account for unanticipated revenues in excess of budget estimates.
Mr. Barron.
We got more money.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Rodvian, so moved.
Second, Allison Pickard.
All right, any additional comments? Mr. Volke?
Here I am.
Oh, please.
Can you explain what's going on in these things? Because you got more money, but, you know, these big categories are sometimes hard to know what's going on.
Good thing I brought some experts with me, Mr. Teru or Ms. Dyer, or, yeah.
So I'll do 2, and then I'll pass it down for the health department to do theirs. But so in the amendment, we have 1 new grant award for the Connected Devices Program that Jack described earlier during the ACP resolution. So this will allow us to distribute 7,000 Chromebooks to eligible low-income residents throughout the county. Then we also have grant appropriations in a few different departments for our participation in the service year program, which is, what is the word I'm thinking of? Not internship, apprenticeship, an apprenticeship program. And then the health department has a new grant award as well that we received after this bill was introduced.
There it is. This grant is one we got from the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention and Victim Services, and it will provide, the Department of Health will be able to expand some of our offerings in terms of access to medications for opioid use disorder, more access to naloxone, the ability to provide wound care in the community, some additional peer support, and some anti-stigma messaging related to substance use disorders.
Thank you. Is all of that under the behavioral health services in this amendment? That's all of what you just described?
Stephen True from the Budget Office, yeah.
Okay.
That is.
And then what Ms. Dyer described is under County Executive for the apprenticeship and Central Services is the Chromebooks?
So the Chromebook grant is a little unusual in that most of the grant is the actual physical devices. But we do get an administrative amount as well that's based on the number of devices we're receiving. And so that's actually going into the CAO budget because we anticipate spending it on things like, publicizing the distributions that we're going to do, expenses associated with putting events on, that kind of thing. And then the service year program, we have one participant in the CAO office, one participant in the county executive office, I think 3 participants in the Department of Aging, and 2 in fleet, in central services. So there's appropriations in each of those relevant departments for the participation.
Okay. Maybe this is a bad question, but I'm just going to ask it. I mean, I'm just looking at the amendment. I'm trying to figure out what's in each of these blocks, right? So the first block, management and control, that's CAO. So is that what you were talking about with all the
Yeah, so the personal services line is for the participation in the service year program.
Okay.
And then the rest of it, the contractual services, supplies and materials, and grants, contributions, and other, all of that is associated with the Connected Devices program.
Okay, gotcha. And then the personal services is the apprenticeship under aging. So
Exactly.
there's 3 positions. Behavioral health is what Mr. O'Neill talked about. County exec at the 83 is the one
Service year
person-
program.
One person.
Yes.
And then the central services is the one CAO, or no, I take that back. That's the fleet person.
Yeah, 2, I think we have
2
there.
fleet people. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is $83,000, that grant funding, that's paying for that person. Is that a full-time person? Is it a position? Is it just kind of a temporary position? How does that work
So
in
there-
terms of the structure?
They're all contractual positions,
Okay.
and they're all hourly, but they're working 40 hours a week. And then we get an administrative piece associated with that as well, based on the number of participants that can help pay for things like equipment, that kind of thing, based on the grant award from the state. I don't know if you have any additional detail in front of you, and but that's the gist of it.
And it's just for just for the rest of this fiscal, right?
So this appropriation is for this fiscal year, but their participation does cross into the next fiscal year. So in the next budget, we'll have the tail end of that participation.
Got you. But that's still also going to be grant funded from the governor's office.
Yeah, it's through, I guess it's the new department that was created, the Department of Service and Civic Engagement.
Okay.
The county is required to pay the benefit costs associated with the participants.
Okay.
So, but all of the hourly wages plus that administrative piece is included in the grant, and then the county is paying for the benefits, which can vary from participant to participant.
Thank you.
So, can the legislative branch be a office where we receive sort of a service year apprenticeships?
Yeah, I mean, you certainly could. As a local government, all of our departments are eligible to apply. So for the next round, I don't see why not.
Okay, because obviously we have the intern program, but that has student status stipulations. But the apprenticeship, you don't have to be a student. Is that correct?
You would not at all be a student, actually. I don't think there is.
Awesome, because we had to turn away a couple of awesome young people because they weren't students, but they would have been great additions to at least to my office. But the apprenticeship program, they would obviously be qualified in that. So hopefully in the next budget, consider the legislative branch as a placeholder for some of those
Yeah, we'd
positions,
be
if you
happy
will.
to share, our experience with applying this year, and how our participation goes throughout the year.
It just motivated me like compost. So, all right, Mr. Volke?
We just want you to share some positions. That's not just the experience.
We do not control your budget.
All right, please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volke.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer. Aye. Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian. Aye. And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 1 has been adopted.
All right, so Bill 8123 will be heard again on December 4th, and so we'll bump you up on that schedule as well. So please read the title of Bill number 8223.
Bill number 8223, an ordinance concerning personnel, classified service, disability leave.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As discussed at the work session, I worked collaboratively with the Office of Personnel and the administration to tackle an issue in our classified service with disability leave, AKA sick leave. It's currently limited 64 hours per calendar year for if you're caring for a non-dependent family member, such as an elder care of a parent. This bill removes the 64-hour calendar year stipulation and allows employees to use all of their accumulated disability leave in full before having to use annual leave or unpaid leave to care for a non-dependent family member like a parent or grandparent. Just urge everyone's support. Thank you.
Okay. Motion to adopt? I'm sorry. It is late. I'm sorry. Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ethan Hunt for the administration. With me at the table is Ann Badowski from the Office of Personnel and Lori Blair Klossmeyer from the Office of Law, and Kelly Lovett as well. Sorry, didn't see her down there. We discussed this bill at the work session. I won't rehash the history again. I want to thank the sponsor for working with the administration. We think this is a good bill and would urge you to adopt it.
Okay.
Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Volke?
I just want to say I was thrilled to read the auditor's letter this afternoon that this bill might save money. So thank you for that, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. After the work session, you asked some of those questions, and I failed to intervene to let you know that, yes, this bill could very, very possibly save the county money. But more importantly, it will allow our current employees to care for elderly or non-dependent family members when they need to and not fear having to go unpaid. So we know as our baby boomer generation is going through life that they create a big bubble of elder citizens, and all of us probably on this dais have folks that we potentially could be caring for. So our county employees are no different, and this is, I think, an important update to our personnel code. So thank you for everyone for your vote in a moment.
All right, seeing no additional comments, we'll open public hearing on bill number 8223. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not, Mr. Chair.
I don't see anyone that signed up in advance. Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on 8223? Seeing no movement, public hearing on bill 8223 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 8223.
Bill number 8223, an ordinance concerning personnel, classified service, disability leave.
All right, any final discussions? All right, please call the roll on 8223.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volke?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
And Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 8223 has been passed.
And finally, please read the title of bill number 8323.
Bill number 8323, an ordinance concerning zoning, requirements for conditional uses, housing for the elderly of moderate means, and workforce housing.
All right, Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm excited to bring this bill forward as we, back in 2019, we passed Workforce Housing Bill 54-19 and the Elderly of Moderate Means Bill 97-19. Now that a few years have passed, we know that both of these bills have been successful in supporting this type of housing. Bill 83-23 proposes shifts for our more intense zoning districts, i.e. R15, commercial and industrial, to modify road classification and gross area coverage requirements to allow greater flexibility in finding suitable sites for these projects. I will have 2 amendments this evening at the appropriate time. Urge my colleagues' support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the sponsor for working with us on this bill as well. We'll discuss the amendments at the appropriate time. And I have Lynn Miller here from the Office of Planning and Zoning and Lori Blair Klossmeyer from the Office of Law to answer any questions.
All right. Madam, seeing no additional lights,
We'll now open the public hearing on bill number 8323. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive anything ahead of time, Mr. Chair.
Well, okay, I don't see anyone that signed up in advance. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on 83? Yes. We have one. Awesome.
Turned on? How do we turn this
Nope.
on?
She's got it. There it is right there. It's on now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Maureen Carr, 105 Sandgate Court, Millersville, Maryland. I'm here this evening because I and a number of folks that I've been talking to are concerned about two aspects of the bill. One is the road definition, because we have a lot of collector roads that are used by children who walk to school. And we're very concerned about higher density housing being brought in with its usual attendant higher traffic and the difficulties of monitoring that and keeping that to a minimum. I'm not really sure, and perhaps Ms. Pickard could tell me why the minor arterial delineation has proven to be a problem, and I can only assume that it is, because collector roads are pretty small community roads as a whole. And so we don't particularly want to see the kind of high density traffic that generally comes from a high density development. The other concern is the gross area to be covered. A lot of our areas of commercial property are surrounded, especially in the area where I live, on three sides by residential property, generally single-family homes. So they're sitting right there. There's either a commercial property or it's about to go through Plan 2040 and could become commercial property. Single-family homes, mostly modest-sized homes on three sides. And if you take this commercial property and allow 80% coverage with parking and with buildings, you're going to really impose on those homes nearby. So those are the two concerns we have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, public hearing on bill number 8323 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 8323.
Bill number 8323, an ordinance concerning zoning, requirements for conditional uses, housing for the elderly of moderate means, and workforce housing.
Please read amendment number 1.
Amendment number 1. This amendment adds the parking space requirements for workforce housing.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you to the administration for working with me to consider reduced parking minimums for workforce housing. We know our current parking requirements in the code are excessive and outdated. We know that workforce housing is a high need, and this will allow projects to maximize the efficiency of the site and space available. This amendment represents a compromise from my initially proposed reductions, and I appreciate the collaboration with the administration. Motion to adopt.
All right, is there a second?
Rodvian, second.
Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo the sponsor's comments. We do appreciate the conversations we've had over parking, and we are supportive of this amendment. We urge you to adopt it.
Any additional comments on amendment number 1? All right, seeing none, please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Nay.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Nay.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
4 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. Amendment number 1 has been adopted.
Please read amendment number 2.
Amendment number 2. This amendment adds additional reduced parking requirements for workforce housing.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment number 2 is so while developers of affordable housing are grateful that there is a way for the Office of Planning and Zoning to consider a reduction in parking requirements with the submission of a parking study, I have proposed this amendment as additional qualifiers that would allow certainty of parking reductions at the time of submission. Projects would be able to determine their parking requirement early with a savings in time and cost of additional studies. I understand that parking requirement revisions to the code could come possibly be part of a I'm reading too fast, and it's really late. I understand that parking requirement revisions could be coming as we overhaul or potentially overhaul Article 18. However, workforce housing projects have annual submission deadlines for LIHTC credits, and this next round of projects can't wait for the Article 18 overhaul. Urge my colleagues to adopt and pass this amendment.
You said there was more to adopt? Second?
Second.
Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the conversations that the sponsors had with the administration and with OPZ over the last week. We would prefer that a parking needs study and the requested reduction in parking that she mentioned be the basis for any further adjustment to these types of projects. And we have Lynn Miller from OPZ if you have any additional questions.
So you say you're for or against the amendment?
I didn't.
Okay. Awesome. I know. Jesus Christ. Vice Chair.
As I mentioned, I understand the administration prefers studies to be done. However, I think I've actually read this down from numerous qualifiers to help to reduce parking. I feel like we've hit a compromise in a sweet spot with this issue. We know we can look all over this county, and we know that our parking requirements are outdated and ridiculous. But when they get in the way of providing open space or potentially additional units in a workforce housing project, I think we should work to give our nonprofit LIHTC developers an opportunity to be more efficient with the land that they've purchased for this need. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no additional lights, please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Nay.
Ms. Piggard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Nay.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
And Mr. Smith?
So because this applies simply to workforce housing, and I totally understand if it's within a quarter mile of a high-frequency transit stop, and you have another conditional in there, the bike, aye, that's fine. Yeah.
4 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. Amendment number 2 has been adopted.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
We went right into amendments, and I feel like we had someone come for the public hearing and ask some specific questions, and she remains in the audience. So I did want to mention, this bill will come back, hopefully for final passage on December 4th, but the questions about lot coverage, this bill does not exempt a project from any sort of open space or stormwater or buffers or any kind of environmental features that we need to protect. So it's not looking to, and the other concern regarding road classifications, you'll notice in the bill that only at our highest properties, we've reduced the road classification for our highest density properties already, so they could already have a more intensive use. So I feel like the concerns aren't really warranted. The benefits to opening up the opportunity to build workforce housing on additional parcels in the county far outweighs those concerns. So I look forward to the vote. I'm sure it'll be 4-3.
So Bill 8323 will be heard again on December 4th. All right. Is there any issues to be brought before this county council at this time? Seeing none, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn, Allison Pickard.
Second?
Ledbetter, second.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. The county council is adjourned until December 4th, 2023.